All right. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Orange County School Board's work session, which has been scheduled for today for the purpose of discussing School Board Policy BEDH, public input at school board meetings, the pilot program that's starting July 1st, and a legislative review. The public will not have an opportunity to participate in this work session to provide public comment because this is not a regularly scheduled school board meeting. No action will be taken, and there will be no pre-agenda period in which the public would normally address the school board on relevant topics that are related to the work of the board. Nonetheless, thank you so much for joining us this morning. Members are all attending in person, and in addition to having some members of the superintendent's cabinet, we also have some interns with us in the audience that are interning for Member Salamanca, and we also have an intern in AVI. So we're excited to welcome you all to the team, and we look forward to seeing the great work. Yes, ma'am. AVI. The audio visual? Yes, yes, yes. We have a young man back there who is working with us. He's a senior. I'm trying to remember the school he's at. Akoe, thank you. And you'll have an opportunity to meet him when this meeting is over. So with that, I just want to remind the board and the public again that during our meetings, we don't communicate electronically with constituents. So if you're sending an email to try to get our attention, please recognize you will not hear back from us during the meeting. And to my fellow board members and anyone who will be speaking to this, I think that's about 3 of y'all here, to speak directly into your microphone and try not to do what I do and turn your head while you're talking because we can't pick you up. With that, we will now take a moment of silence. I invite you to join us in the Pledge of Allegiance next. And now for the pledge.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, and Dr. Vasquez, I will call on you to take the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning. We are going to be having discussions around our public input. The board has expressed a need and a desire to change how we are currently conducting business. And so this is going to give us an opportunity to solidify a pilot that will begin in July and will run through October. And then at that time, we will be able to decide whether we want to proceed with the new format or make additional changes. I am now going to turn it over to members of our wonderful legal team who will lead us in this discussion. Ms. Enval?
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you, Madam Superintendent, Chair, members of the board. We are here today to discuss policy BEDH, public input at school board meetings, and we're talking about the pilot program. We don't have any, can you hear? No? Better? Okay. We don't have any red lines to this policy because at our work session on May 16th, you had brought a number of things for us to consider, and we're going to do a pilot program. So today we're going to talk a little bit about what we gathered. We sat collectively and combined our notes, what that pilot component program is going to look like, and you have a couple decision points. And so we'll get started with that. So on May 16th, during the work session, the school board considered some rough draft language, a very rough draft of proposed revisions to policy BEDH. We focused primarily on the public input period portion, which is not required by law, but it's the portion of the meeting that you hear from your constituents about items that are not on the agenda. Right now, we call that pre-agenda public input period. So like the superintendent says, beginning July 1st and running through the first marking period, we are going to do a pilot program, and we're going to try to see if this works better for your meetings to make them run more efficiently. Many of the components of the pilot program were discussed. We talked about the implementation of an electronic sign-up program, which we're not going to have ready to go by July 1st, but we are well into that process, and it's kind of like a choose your own adventure. So they will essentially pick which meeting they want to speak at, and then start the process. And so we can open it up 7 days before, 3 days before, 2 days before, the morning of. The timeline is what you'll have to decide when we do the electronic portion of it. But you also talked about the start times of your meeting and extending the public input period. Right now you have scheduled for 30 minutes, and you talked about extending it up to 45 minutes. So once we decide what the pilot program is, then we'll look at further revisions to board policy BEDH. So what you discussed at your last meeting was a 5 p.m. regular school board meeting start time that will eliminate the pre-agenda meeting. Speakers must sign up to speak prior to the start of the regular school board meeting. So we're currently using the blue cards for public input period and the yellow cards for public comment period items that are on the agenda. We talked about no live streaming of the public input period, and we extend it for 45 minutes. And then my notes conflict with what I thought I heard. So we need to know, we have a decision point for you to tell me whether you want it after consent or after non-consent. You talked about the time allotted for speakers during the public input period. If there's between 1 and 10 speakers, each speaker gets up to 3 minutes. If there's between 11 and 15, they get up to 2 minutes. And if there are more than 15 speakers, each speaker will give up to 1 minute to speak. And then you also talked about the priority of public input speakers. You would like to have them set in an order: parents, legal guardians, students, and employees in priority 1, individuals who reside in Orange County, Florida is priority 2, and priority 3 for individuals who do not reside in Orange County, Florida. This is already in your current policy as it relates to your public comments, so this would be consistent with that. And so this would allow staff to get all that stuff together and prioritize before, so that everything runs a little bit more smoothly. Some of the things that you need to talk about is whether the public input period, whether you want it after consent or non-consent. So it'll be depends on, we don't have a lot of non-consent items. Sometimes when things are taken off the agenda, those are added. So I need direction from you on where you want that on the agenda. And then also we wanted to talk about telephonic speakers. And so I had Dr. Shanoff give me a little bit of background about what's required for telephonic. We instituted telephonic speakers during COVID, as you recall. We went to Florida School Board Attorneys Association last weekend, or this past weekend, and I believe only Alachua is also doing phone-in, but no other district was doing telephone callers. And I just wanted to give you a little bit of data on that. From January of 2022 to May of 2023, we have had 15 callers total. So a year and a half for 15 callers. When I asked Dr. Shanoff about what's required for those callers, he said we require our systems engineer to maintain phones permission on WebEx for members and callers. The managed services phone support will open and close the lines and receive the callers and place them in the queue. One senior director will manage them and relay the queue to John or I so we can tell you how many callers on the line. And then also David and Caesar, who are in the boardroom with us. And then someone to announce the caller to patch them into the WebEx environment. So that's when they're fully staffed for meetings. Otherwise, they're forced to combine roles. But we wanted to make sure there was redundancy there. That's why he had a number of people working the phones. So there is a little bit of, so basically a skeletal unit will consider a 4 staff time to manage the phones still. So that's just a consideration that you need to consider. So I think that's really short because I know you're going to have a longer presentation today. So I'm ready for comments and questions.
All right, any questions? Member Farrant, let's start with you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning. I do like what we are looking into. I think the pilot program is a great idea, just to give us an idea if it works or not. I would, when I look at this, I see that we don't want to, on there it said that most do not want to have it videoed. But personally, I think we do need to have this recorded. I think it should be available to the public. I think when we shut things off, it gives the illusion like we are hiding something or we don't want people to see what's happening. And so I would personally like to ensure that it is just one streamlined video, and members of the public who are not able to attend, which are quite a few. If you notice, we have how many thousands of parents, and they're not able to see and hear what is happening. And if we needed to have something where we say beforehand, anything that you're saying, just remember that this is being videoed. If it's something regarding a student and you would prefer to speak with us personally, they could step aside and speak with somebody personally. But I do think having it videoed is essential to creating that transparency. And then the other thing was the wording with the public input, public comment. They both sound identical. And I think if we could have something that says public comment is just the public comment, they come and speak and share their comments, and then public agenda input, and differentiate those two, I think would be helpful. So those are my comments.
All right, thank you, Member Farrant. Let's hear from Dr. Castrodeno.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I have a number of points to make as well. So I'm going to follow up with what Member Farrant mentioned about better differentiating public input and public comment, because I still have to look and see which one is which. I can't tell which ones they are. I have changed my mind on broadcasting our pre-agenda public comment period. I don't know which one it is, but I have changed my mind, and I understand that there is a concern that there are some who might play to the camera if they're live streamed or broadcast, but I think allowing the public access is more important, and I don't think it can get much worse than what we've seen without it being broadcast, and people still do often record it themselves if they want to. So we're not preventing anything by not live streaming it, and I think people would benefit from seeing what is being brought to our attention. I think the phone lines, I think that's an accessibility issue, and I favor keeping the phone call-in as an option. When it comes to, and this isn't addressed in this in your presentation, but I'm not sure where it would go, but we've talked about when someone is speaking to the board, that when they're speaking about an employee or a student, of course, they don't use their names. We protect our students and employees. But when they're talking to us, I don't think we really should shut them down if they want to address us individually or as a group with their concerns. I think that as public officials, they need to have some kind of redress, and that's it. So we shouldn't really censor when someone is bringing a concern to us, about us. That doesn't mean that they should lack civility, and I think the chair can still, and the board members can still have an expectation of civility and respect. But I don't think that we should cut someone off when they're pointedly addressing one or any of us. I'm not sure where this goes, so I'm just going to add it as well. That's part of our meeting structure. Maybe this is where it would go, but I do think it's important to have a union voice in our meetings. I don't know if that's considered part of our hearing process or where that would be in our regular agendaed meeting, but to preserve or reserve time for them to speak at each meeting, I think, is important because they do represent so many of our employees. And it's a goodwill gesture as well. And then my final concern, and again, it's related, I'm not sure where it goes, but when it comes to our public hearing on a policy that we're about to vote on, this really stood out to me last time when we workshopped an issue or policy for so long. We're familiar with it. We've kind of gotten the policy where we would like it. We're ready to vote. But then we present it and we allow the public to weigh in. And it's almost like, why do we even allow the public to weigh in? Our minds are made up. So I don't know how we remedy that, but I think the public should have a better access or ability to weigh in either along the process, not just when we're about to vote on it, because there's a lot of pressure on us to just go ahead and vote for the policy that we've been working on, and it's really like it's almost too late for the public to make any worthwhile comment. I know we advertise for all those work sessions and workshops, and people can always participate, but it's really not set up to invite public participation. So maybe there's a way we can look at that as well. All right, I'm glad that Amy's not there to time me. Thank you. Arm's not that long.
Thank you, Member Castronell. Vice Chair Gallo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, just a few things. I agree. I agree with Member Castor-Dental about the policy and the public input, and I know, and I understand the challenges too. Some not due to our fault. Bills get passed. They only give us so much time before we have to put it in policy, because policy takes so long, because that's in statute on how we have to handle policies. A lot of times the reason that happens is because we're between a rock and a hard spot and it has to get approved, and then we've got to revisit, which creates a lot more work for y'all and for the board. So I don't know what could be done for that, but I'm in support of doing something so that if the public comes to speak to us, because not everybody can get to a meeting at 10 a.m., which is when our rule development workshops usually are, in the evening, and they bring valid points, I'm all for pulling the policy and reviewing it and going through the process if necessary again. I just don't know how that would work with the time constraints we're sometimes given. So maybe we need to look at the time constraints up front and think, and schedule, like in our scheduling, thinking, hey, this could get pulled and we may have to start over again and build in some time, if that's possible. I know it's not possible with every policy, because again, sometimes we're not given a lot of time after the legislative session ends and the school year begins and we have to have policies in place. So I also agree with Member Castor-Dental about allowing giving reserved time for people to speak. A lot of districts do it. I do think it's a goodwill. I understand the concern about our current CTA or OSPA president may not be the president moving forward, but we may not be the same board makeup either. Like, everything changes, and that doesn't negate the fact that we still need to hear from the community, and we still want to make sure that teachers understand that we're listening to their voice and their voice is heard. So I've said it before, I'll say it again. I'd like to see OSPA, CTA. I'd like to see a student rep come and talk about what's happening in the students, principals. I'm for all giving everybody just 3 minutes, and they don't have to use it if they don't want it. They don't have to use that time, but allocating some time for them to come and speak to the board in a public fashion, I would always support. I think that leads to more transparency. And at times, maybe it might be a little bit uncomfortable, but we didn't run for office, so we could always be comfortable. And then the flexibility within the time frame on the time allotted for speakers. I agree with this. I'm just a tad bit concerned that once we put something in policy, there's no altercation. So I didn't know if under time allotted for speakers, and I'm trying to think in my mind an unintended consequence of this, and one immediately is not coming to mind, but I have no doubt that there is one. So I would just like to put, like, unless otherwise decided by a majority of the board. Like, this is what it's going to be unless something different happens and the board decides to do something different, that we're allowed to then change what we're going to do here. And we would do by consensus or open or whatever, just so that we have flexibility for those unintended consequences, to which I cannot think of right now. But I promise you there will be some. And lastly, the callers, I know that you mentioned that there's extra people that's staffed. Do we have a cost that's associated with that?
Just, Dr. Chanoff just said it's for staff members. So right now, I believe they're forced, and I would have to defer to them, but I believe their staff time, that it's within their workday right now, because our pre-agenda public input period is before 5 o'clock.
Okay.
And so to move it forward to some undetermined time after consent or non-consent, I would imagine that those 4 will have to, there might be some overtime applications, there might be some other considerations. Is that correct? Okay.
So as long as we keep pre-agenda prior to the end of the workday, which is 5, there's really not an associated cost with it.
Well, there's dedicating 4 people just to that, but it's kind of, yeah.
I'd be interested to see the cost, but as of right now, I would still support having the ability for people to call in, because there are issues with people getting down here, especially when we have our rule development and stuff during the day. And maybe we could do a better job of notifying the public that that's an option. Like, you email, you can call, you can be in person, just so that maybe more, the word we get out, maybe people would use that option more that can't get down here. I'm always going to support prioritizing those who are in person first, just because they did make the trip down here. But I still think that that everybody should have accessibility by calling in. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Member Gould.
So what if we were to have the 4 reserved, which I'll call reserve slots, at 4:30, so that those folks, because they have more flexibility to get here, and we know students can get here by then, and or 4:45, whichever we want to do, so that those folks don't always have to stay till midnight either, which I think is kinder to them, since they all have very early mornings. And I also am in favor of the call-in component for that. As far as filming, and that, it's not about the lack of transparency, it's about the lack of misinformation that is said, and we don't have a way, and it's constant. It is absolutely constant. I remember the woman who would come and talk about vouchers, and she didn't have the information right. It sounds like a public service announcement, and the wrong information is going out to the community on how vouchers really work. So I have a lot of concerns about that, unless we have a mechanism right after to say, here are the actual pathways, here's the actual statute, here's the actual facts of things that are brought up. Otherwise, it's out there. And I know people come and film it, but they're in their own ecosystems. They are not in the 220,000 homes of our constituents and the 1.5 million of our community. So that's my concern, is that we would be propagating more misinformation if we don't have a way to respond to it with fact in a very, maybe it is the next day, a post-board meeting with the chair or the superintendent that shares the facts of those things, but then we have to have somebody who's fact-checking during that night. I mean, it just causes such issues. I wish that we didn't have to worry about that, but in this age of intentional dis and misinformation, we don't need any more barriers to really getting the public to understand where we are. In our board meetings, we have that ability. And when we do public hearings, we have that ability. But when we're just taking public comment, we're trying not to respond and make it debate. And that's what I worry about. And then we look dysfunctional and there's misinformation floating around the community.
Thank you, Member Gould. Member Salamanca.
Thank you, Chair. Weighing on the same topics here, I am still against doing this live because of the misinformation. I can appreciate the transparency aspect of it, but I do appreciate our ability to quickly communicate right after board meetings what was discussed and what were some of the core topics. I do think, however, if the majority of the board is in support of live streaming the entire thing, we do need a space allotted for the board and the superintendent to respond to some of the things that were discussed during the public comment part. Because I agree that there's many times students, parents, teachers will come and talk about things that after that get distributed as truth or as fact that we have to deal with for weeks after that in clarifying. And so I'm still against it, but if we do it, I would say we do need some specific structure to respond to it. I've also been thinking about the slots, and I was also skeptical in giving kind of CTA and some of these orgs, but I have come around to truly believe that I think giving a student leader, CTA, OSPA, some speaking slots would be important. I think every time they come up here and talk, they center the conversation around topics that are important and present to their day-to-day, which many times are not necessarily what is being talked about on the agenda or in the political discourse of the day. And I think it's good for all those here for public comment to also hear what's actually top of mind for our parents and teachers and students. So I would be supportive of this, and I understand that it can get uncomfortable, and this is a decision that will impact board members that are elected after all of us. But I agree with Member Gallo that we are elected to hear from folks and from who we represent. So we got to be comfortable with that discomfort. Same with being called out by name individually. I think it's uncomfortable when we cut off people and make them rewrite their speeches when they come to speak to one or two board members. I'm perfectly okay with being called out by name. I think it also comes with the job of running for office, so that's okay. And then last point is on the renaming, as Member Frond mentioned. I think clarifying general public comment and then calling the other one agenda public input makes it very clear that one is general comment about anything and everything, and the other one is public input on agenda. It is confusing for myself as well. Every time I go through and I'm like, which part is that? And I know I get a lot of questions about folks that come in of like, which one is the one I'm allowed to speak on what topic? So it's just a small difference in wording that I think will help clarify a lot of time. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Salamanca. All right, let me try to run through these with my thoughts on each one. With regard to the terminology we use to refer to the two different types of comments, I agree with everything previous board members have indicated. So I think we need to find something that's more descriptive. I agree, excuse me, with allocating time for our unions. Member Gould, I like the idea of maybe starting that at 4:30. I think the only concern I have is if there is no comment, and if we're not taking the rest of the comments until 4:45, then we're pulling everybody in to hear nothing and then waiting. So I think we need to, I liked it, but when I think about the practicality, if they sign up in advance, maybe that would probably work. If we knew like the Friday before, then we would know whether everybody needs to be down here. That's a good idea. Because I hate to move the public comment time up much early for the general public. So yeah, that could be a good workaround so that there is time. In terms of allowing the public to comment on policies before we get to the point of advertising, Member Caster-Dental, I think that was an excellent point. And that's always frustrating to the public, and it's frustrating to us. And I've always felt that if you're going to invite the public to provide input, we need to be in a position where we can take the input. And so I think that the simple change of allowing public input at an earlier stage, which would generally be work session, would be a good idea. However, I do think there's value in having time set aside where board members can hash out issues that are not necessarily publicly debated. So I think we might want to think about whether we add an additional meeting in those cases or we just open up the work sessions. I recognize the concern that Member Gallo pointed out, that there may be times when we're up against a tight legislative deadline and we're not able to do all three of those meetings. I think those times would be rare, but I think we do need to build in, especially if this is going to be formalized in a policy, I think we need to build in that caveat that in the event that there's insufficient time and we are mandated to make policy changes, we will proceed forward. But I actually think a lot of what we're talking about would be better not addressed specifically in the policy, because as we move forward, there may be things that we think need to be changed that aren't working. I really appreciate the idea that we're doing the pilot, because that gives us a chance to test things. That's an excellent idea. But I would keep an open mind myself as to whether or not this is codified in the policy or whether or not the policy refers to board adopted practices. So again, not married to either one. I just think it's worth thinking about. On the things that I'm not supportive of at this point in time is, well, and I agree, as you all know, that the public, it's very detrimental if the public is calling out employees and saying things that aren't true and undermining the credibility and the trust in the classroom of our teachers, and they don't have an opportunity to confront that. So for that reason, I really support the practice that we have right now. I agree that I don't think that that's a right that we as board members should expect as elected officials. So I do think that there should be cordial behavior, obviously, but I think that people should be able to say what they think about us and not have to tiptoe around that. When it comes to televising, having worked in an environment, having personally championed the right to put in our charter, to put it in front of the voters, whether or not people should be able to come to Orange County Commission meetings and provide input without it being on our agenda. That's something I believe really strongly in. I still think that's extremely important. We televised all of our meetings. I can tell you from personal experience how many times I can show you my text messages to my staff saying, please find out immediately, is that true? Because somebody would say something, and I wanted to either apologize to the individual who accused myself or other staff members of something, to apologize publicly right then and there, or to correct it because it was so offensive. And we could not figure it out in time. And that left a cloud that in most cases turned out not to be accurate. And even in those cases where it might have been accurate, I still think there is value to the public in knowing that board members are regretful if something happened, or the superintendent is going to address it. The problem that we have, and the reason it's different during our regular board meetings, we know what's on the agenda. We are prepared to discuss what's on the agenda. If somebody stands up and speaks to something on the agenda, the right people are in the room who have the facts and can present the facts. When we don't know what somebody is going to say, we are not prepared. And I know the board members that have been here for a while can recall times when we would have some, I'll call it testimony, some comments during the pre-agenda meeting, and then a week and a half, 2 weeks later, we would get an account of the conversations that happened, the email threads, the other side of the story that completely invalidated what we heard. But there's no way we can have that information when these comments are being made. And you all have made that point, several of you. I am very concerned about that, and I'm much more concerned than I was at the county commission. And the reason being, if somebody complains that we didn't clean a retention pond, or we didn't fix a traffic light, those are important things, but they pale in comparison to the education of our students, to how we treat our students, to the support or lack of support we give to our employees. These things are so fundamentally important that for misinformation to be spread and for us to be the ones who are providing public resources to facilitate the spread of misinformation, I think it's just, fundamentally, I think that it's wrong to spend public resources communicating misinformation. And there's no way for us to protect against it. Secondly, if we're going to allow people to criticize board members, and we're going to televise those criticisms, then I think it is only fair that board members can respond with their position and their defense. Then what we have, and you all know, you've watched me, I hope you know, I try not to respond to most of the things that are said here, but sometimes the things that are said need to be responded to. In one case, it was students who felt really, really hurt, and not responding suggested that we didn't care. But what I would hate to see is this turn into a debate forum between students or parents or teachers and board members. But I think I will feel compelled to allow each of you to defend yourself. Member Kester-Dendel, I remember you in that situation specifically. You didn't even give me a chance to tell the person they were out of order. And I don't blame you, because what they were saying, they shouldn't have been saying. But that's the kind of back and forth that we're going to have at the dais, televised for the public. And they're not going to know. It's like, have you ever watched a debate where the moderator has no clue who's telling the truth? And it's so frustrating when you watch those debates. You're like, okay, great, I just heard a bunch of people argue, but would somebody please tell me what the facts are? That's where we're going to be. And I don't know how that serves the public well when they see a bunch of people arguing, and all they do is lose confidence in all of us in the process because they don't know. And it's just not conceivable that we will be able to get the facts out real time to correct that. And if 2 weeks later or the next meeting we don't even have the same audience. So it's out there. So, and then I guess the last comment will be on that. It is very difficult to stop somebody from saying something they shouldn't say, okay? And oftentimes, they say it as the last thing they say, and they're walking away, and whoop-de-doo, out of order. I can't take it back. You all can remember one time when all of you all glared at me because I didn't pick up on a particular word that a person used that by our policy, they were not allowed to say in these chambers. I didn't catch it in time, and then when I did figure out what was being said, I couldn't get that individual to stop. And if that had been televised, as it was, I know you all I got emails from across the country about censoring the speaking of somebody, and it wasn't televised. If it was televised, it would have even been more widely broadcast. So, yes, we could put some sort of a time gap so that in the back, they decide whether or not to allow that to go forward. But I've got to tell you, when you record something and then you don't put it out, that's even worse. Now we are definitely censoring. Now we're deciding what goes out and doesn't go out because we have the recording, but we edited out that part. So I don't think you can record something and then start deciding what you're putting out and not putting out without answering a lot of criticism. So the reason that we have done what we've done is that we provided this opportunity for the public to talk to the board, not for the public to talk to the public. There are other ways the public can talk to the public. In this day and age, there's lots of ways. And you all read those ways. You all know a lot of the things that are said out there. So there is a way, but that has not been the purpose of this. And I find so many reasons why it is a bad idea. And the only reason that I can argue it would be a good idea is for the public to communicate with each other, but they have that ability through social media. So that's my thoughts on televising. Allowing the public to comment, we already talked about that. Rule development, I think that's a great idea. Allocating unions, already said, I agree that is a good idea. I think if we can ask ahead of time so we know whether to allocate that time. In terms of, I think it was Vice Chair, you mentioned not locking in the timeframes, having the flexibility for the board to change those. I think giving the board flexibility is a good idea with regard to a lot of this. And again, we could do that by not making it a part of the code or having the code reflect that the board, not the chair, but the board can deviate from certain things by board decision. And frankly, as chair, you all know a lot of times I'm like, are you okay with this? It gives me a lot of comfort to know that this is our decision and not my decision. Calling in. So the one concern that I have with calling in is I'm more concerned with calling in during board meetings than I am at pre-agenda. And the reason for that is we have a finite amount of time at pre-agenda. We have to listen to everyone who comes to a board meeting on something that's on the board agenda, or at least, correct me on this, we have to take unlimited public comment on which issues? Okay.
Proposition before the board.
Any proposition before the board. Okay. So anytime the public has a right to speak to something on the board agenda, whoever's here has the right. When you think of the number of people who could call in, and this has happened to other boards where the amount of time crosses over into the next day. It certainly happened on the county commission, and that was without calling in, where our meetings went till 2 o'clock in the morning. And that was without opening it up to 25,000 employees and the families of 200 and nearly 10,000 students. So I worry about the feasibility that we are opening up by allowing that during our regular board meetings. So it, again, I want to come back to, I took a lot of heat as a county commissioner going up against our mayor to make sure the public had a chance to speak. And when he decided, instead of me putting it on the ballot for the public to vote on, he would take care of it himself. And so he adopted a practice that the public could speak after our meeting was over, to anything that we had voted on the consent agenda that they weren't allowed to speak to, or anything else. The problem with that was, one, after we already voted, it was kind of pointless to speak to what we had voted on. I thought that was insulting to the public. Two, nobody ever knew when our meeting would end. So it wasn't as if the public could say, I'm going to come in at 5 o'clock because I want to speak to something that's not on the agenda, or something that was on the morning's agenda, whatever. I'm going to come in at 5. Well, if the meeting goes till 2 in the morning, they're there all that time. If the meeting ended at 3, they missed their chance. So not knowing when to be there, the safest thing the public could do was get there at the beginning of our meeting and just sit through the entire meeting. So given, I tell you all that because I thought that was such a bad idea. I went forward and pushed to get this on the Charter Commission's approval and have a ballot for it. I strongly believe in this, but I believe in doing it in a way that is feasible and protects the integrity of the organization and the individuals that work here, because their credibility is incredibly important, and frankly, so is your all's. So you should have that right to defend yourself. I think I've covered all the issues. If not, I'm so sorry. I've taken way more than the normal amount of time.
Good thing I'm not
but we
timing.
did cover a lot of,
It's a good thing I'm not timing you.
Good thing you're not timing. Okay, and which I think makes sense in this forum. Okay, let me take our vice chair, then member Ferrant, and then member Kester-Denel in that order. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, just a few things. The names, I agree with what the chair said. I think that any employee's name is absolutely off limits. As elected officials, if members of the public want to refer to us, we ran for office, it's within their right to address us. So I don't have a problem with them using our names. Live streaming the pre-agenda. I supported it. I think I was on the fence at the last board meeting, but initially I supported it only, and my reasoning was everybody else is recording it anyways, and it's going live, and it's going on over so many platforms. Then my concern was we actually have others dictating the narrative versus us dictating the narrative. Like, they're creating the narrative that may or may not be true versus us creating the narrative and giving us a little bit more control over the narrative. I see the chair's point in that we're really not controlling the narrative if we can't respond immediately. Then it's just the narrative. And I have heard from some teachers and from some employees that have asked us to please don't live stream. And so for that reason, because I'm afraid it might cause harm to our teacher and the morale of our teachers, I'm not supporting it. I don't think I would support it at this time. However, if we're going to allot time for the union and OSPA and other groups to speak, I would like that to be at the top of the agenda where it is live streamed, so that the public can hear their opinion, because I think their voice matters. And it doesn't have to be in policy. It could just be something that's on, like, we don't put in policy what's on our agenda. It could just be at the top after we do our pledges, and maybe after recognitions, before we go into the strategic plan, we have 3 minutes for those speakers to speak, and then public comment, or whatever we're going to call it, and I agree with Member Salamanca on what to call it, remains the same. We just add that up there. I don't need to see it in policy. I just need to see it on the agenda. And that way we could do it as part of the pilot. It works well. If there's some unintended consequence that I can't think of right now, then it's in the pilot and we can make adjustments after those 3 months. But I would like to see that, and I would like to see that on camera. Where did we land on allowing people to sign up to speak? Because I know we had conversations at the last meeting that this 15-minute drives me crazy. That is, if they're in the building, and maybe it's just for people who are present, if you're here and you're paying attention and you didn't, either we need to expand the window of when they sign up, or they should be able to sign up whenever they want. Because when I'm up in Tallahassee, we could be 3/4 away through the meeting, and if I decide I want to speak, I'm filling out a card, I'm handing it to the usher, and they're calling me up. And I think that accessibility to us is needed. I'm always going to promote accessibility, transparency for the public. So I don't know where we landed on that. And then I don't know. I have a little notes here, but I think that was it. There was something else I think the chair said. Public comments, calling in. I support it. Yeah, I support public comments, calling in. I'm willing to like finagle that during the pilot and see what happens. I just again, accessibility is important to me. So any way that we can promote accessibility so that people who would like the board to hear from them, I want to make sure that we're doing due diligence and we hear from everybody who wants to connect and speak to the board. Thank you. And then please about the time frame.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I was going to ask for clarification.
On the time that they have to sign up. So right now we get like, and I'm thinking this is correct.
Is that for pre-agenda or is that for regular agenda?
I'm more concerned about regular agenda because that's where we've run into some issues. Yes, regular agenda because pre-agenda it's a time constraint and we have to know how many speakers there is, so it wouldn't work for pre-agenda. But for agenda items, like when they want to talk on the budget, when they want to talk to anything that's on the consent, if they've pop in and the board has said something that kind of promoted a thought, like, oh my gosh, I didn't think about that. That's awful. They can't do that. I didn't know they were even thinking of that. I want that person to be able to fill out a card and come tell the board why they think that what just came out of my mouth is a horrible idea. Or if they want to be nice and tell me how fabulous I am and that it's a fabulous idea, I will take that as well.
Okay, perfect. Thanks for clarifying that. All right, Member Farran.
Thank you. I definitely agree. I think we need to have more accessibility for the public to be able to speak, especially during those the agenda input period, comment, whatever we're going to call that. Because it's true, we've had people who came and sat through the entire thing and they weren't even able to sign up because they didn't sign up before the pre-agenda meeting. Very confusing. I think just streamlining it, the 5 o'clock time, I'm really hopeful that this will work. There was a question of when we want to have the public comment time, so not on an agenda item. I think after recognitions, but then before any of our consent would be my thoughts, because the recognitions come in, we don't need to hold them up or have them sit through crazy comments or whatever happens at those at the comment time. We can't really control any of that. And so I think letting those recognitions come through and then the public can come up and comment. That would be my thoughts on that. Again, with the live streaming, I have reached out to quite a few board members throughout the state of Florida, and the vast majority that I spoke to, if not all of them, live stream their public comment time. I will continue to say we cannot lead with fear of what could happen or what could be said. I think this is what's happening in our meetings. We can't hide any of that, and it's just what it is. I also don't have a problem with the public saying our names. If they don't say our names specifically, they will say D3 or whatever district we're in. So I think it is what it is. My concern is when we're favoring one group over another. If we're asking the public for no clapping, no hissing, no booing, but I do notice that the board tends to kind of not worry when one group does that, and then when another group does it, the entire board will leave and have and walk out of the room. So that happened a few weeks ago, where a sweet grandma came forward and she began to speak, and as she's speaking, the people behind her began to make comments, say things to the point that she was saying, I'm speaking, and then when she addressed the board, chair, you had said to her, don't worry about them, just focus on me. Well, they're going against our policy, and so we need to let the public know, hey, that is not allowed. And so if we continue to allow it, they'll continue to do it. And it happens every single time that anybody speaks from one side. So I think if we're gonna say it to one, we got to say it to the other, even if they're students. And to me, especially if they're students, because students need to understand that we respect our elders, we respect those adults who are older than us, and even respecting other students. So we can respect each other. We can all have a civil discourse and be able to share our side. It's an amazing part of our First Amendment right, is to be able to speak our mind and speak what is on our heart. And so I think we just need to have consistency in that.
Would the board indulge me in responding? Out of order. Member Salamanca, I'm sorry, member, I'm sorry, I'm just kind of frankly blown away. I have gone back and watched that meeting multiple times. What happened at that meeting? I start off the meetings by explaining the reason that we want people not to cheer, boo, hiss, clap is because we want to give respect to the person who's speaking. What took place at the meeting, and the reason I called the recess, was not the woman speaking. It was because of predominantly the students who were interrupting her. I called a recess on the students, not on that woman, and you refused to recess with the rest of the board. I did exactly the opposite, for exactly the opposite reason that you interpreted it. I would welcome the opportunity for us to play the video during this meeting right now to clear the air on this, because I have always been perplexed by why you took away from that I was trying to stop the speaker. I was trying to get respect for the speaker. The other reason that we recess is because we have some safety up here. The audience is the group that I worry about, and you can remember some of those meetings that got very, very contentious between the audience. The only way that I can control what's happening with the crowd is by taking away their audience, being us. That's why we leave, not to be disrespectful to the public, but out of concern for their safety. We have a bulletproof dais here. They don't have that. If you've watched other meetings across the nation, they get,
Madam
whoops,
Chair.
so sorry about that. Maybe they can audit that out. If you've watched other meetings across the nation, you've seen how hostile they can get. That's the only way of simmering down the temperature in this room between what's happening out here between members of the audience. Again, with respect to your understanding of who I've stopped, I would love for you to present all the times you think that's happened, because that particular time, I can only tell you what my motivation was. I don't know how you saw it differently, but my motivation was to stop the students from violating the protocol of not shouting, hackling, whatever they were doing. So,
Can I rebuttal or just say one thing? Sure.
yeah, you can rebuttal, and then I'll hear from Vice Chair.
Okay, so really it was the last meeting where we had public comment. There was a grandma that spoke, and that was different than a few months ago when the entire board got up to leave. So this grandma comes to speak. She was the very last one, real sweet, very short. She comes up to speak, and as she began to speak, the entire crowd behind her began to laugh and to say, "Oh, please," and they're all making crazy comments at her. And she turned and said, "Excuse me, I'm speaking," and very kind. And then she continued, and she wasn't saying anything ridiculous. She was just being very sweet and speaking her thoughts. And then they said it again, and she said, "Could you please ask them to stop?" And you said, "Listen, just focus on us. Don't worry about them."
Okay, I'll go back.
So
and
those
watch
are the
that.
things where it's being ignored, and it happens quite often when someone who has a different point of view than those in the crowd, and I just think it's disrespectful. And I will go back and look at the video where everybody got up and left. Personally, as a parent, when I sat in the crowd and you guys got up to leave, I felt it was rude and disrespectful. There's other ways I think that we can control the audience and say, hey, listen, we're done, continue, next speaker, whatever. But I think getting up and leaving, as a parent, to be really honest, it just always felt like a temper tantrum and everybody was leaving. So
Okay.
That was just my thoughts.
And I will go back and watch that last meeting. I will tell you that I have gotten a lot of complaints from the other side that I'm favoring, I want to say the right. Yeah, I can show you the email about how I let a fascist pig speak and wouldn't let somebody else speak because they didn't show up in time. So I get ample criticism on both sides. That doesn't mean I'm doing everything perfect. But when it comes to crowd control, having done this for a very long time, maybe I need to explain to the public initially why we will recess, because it's the only way that I have found to keep the public safe and to keep the situation under control. Vice Chair, and then we'll get back on the agenda.
Thank you. So the incident that happened when we were recessed, when someone came up and spoke, there was a loud outburst. And you looked at both the chair and I, and you said, are you going to do anything about it? So in response to that, the chair recessed because she was telling them to be quiet and they wouldn't be quiet. So out of respect to that speaker, we recessed because you looked at us and said, are you going to do anything about this? And what she was doing wasn't working. So out of respect for you and respect for that speaker, we all got up and left so that people could calm down. And then when they did, we came back in. I'm only going to speak for myself in this next sentence. The event that you speak up happened after that. And because you got so angry when we recessed, if I would have been the chair at the time, I might have responded similarly because I don't want to recess because that clearly makes you mad. I can't get the people to calm down. So the only thing at my disposal really is, you don't want to cut off that speaker because that would have been even worse, is just to try to get them to ignore that, because either we recess or we tell the speaker there's enough time. You don't like the recess. You would be really upset if we cut the speaker off. So I guess as vice chair, I'm open up to suggestions on what you would have done in that situation.
I would have looked at the group and said, one moment, please. We're going to give respect the same way we respect you as you get up to speak. We're going to respect her. She did not do that. I'll go back and look. So maybe yes, maybe. But I just think, I think so. But I think the biggest thing, obviously, I'm definitely a minority on this board. But I think we just need to understand that when people get up to speak, we have to be respectful and then just say, enough is enough. We're the leaders. We're the leaders. And so when we sit here and we lead, we can't pander. We lead. Done.
Member Felder?
Yes. Thank you so much. Just very quickly, since we're still on this. It was a very sort of frustrating meeting that day. And I just wanted to respond that was to what happened and the concern I had as a board member. When the confusion occurred and our chairperson said, I am going to stop the meeting, we're going to reconvene, we're going to stop. And as we were walking out, Board Member Ferrand, you said, most of us were out, and you said, you see what I'm saying? This is what bad leadership looks like. Now, weak leadership. Okay. That disturbed me. I understand the frustration that you had, and I wanted people to stop all that arguing, and we can agree to disagree. But I just felt, and there are a lot of things board members may say or do that I may not necessarily agree with, but when something like that occurred, I believed as a board, we should have come together in support of the chair. And then if there were some issues when we're there, board chairperson, I felt like we should have stayed. But I just think when you said, this is what weak leadership looks like, you invited a division that should not have occurred. Even if you disagree, there are a lot of things that happen. You know, I got an agenda. I'm going to be transparent. I'm the only black person on this board. I got an agenda. I've been teaching in this county for almost 40 years. I got an agenda. I've had an agenda. I was raised in Orange County. Every school I attended is in my district, and I still live where I grew up. I got an agenda, but I have got to learn, even the things that I disagree with, the things that I'm unhappy with, that I don't understand. I've got to learn how to strategically navigate what I'm not liking. And I'm going to share this, and I'm going to be quiet. When I first was voted in on this board, I had a meeting with Barbara Jenkins, and she said, "Why did you run?" I said, "I ran because I ain't like nobody up here but Bridget. I ain't know nobody." And she said, "What?" And she looked at me. She said, "What?" I said, "No." I said, "But I don't like what the board doing. I've been a teacher and I'm mad. That's why I ran." But as I stayed on the board member for Ron, and began to see how things really work and how important it is, even if you have your own agenda, and I still got it, you have to learn how to strategically navigate. And I just felt a drop in my spirit when we got up and you said, this is what weakness, you know. I wish you hadn't said that. And even though you may have felt that way because we were all caught up in emotion, I understand. I wish you would have kind of come out with us and said to Teresa, why did we get up? I didn't want us to get up. We should have stayed. But when you verbally, because that was recorded, when you verbally said that, it appeared to me a clear division. And we have different thoughts, different political parties, different ideologies. I know everybody got one different from me because I'm from a different place. But let me tell you something. I'm learning how to navigate with my differences and with my agenda. And I want you to work, I want us all to work together. And you can still express what you don't like. There are many meetings I go in and closed door with Dr. Vasquez, and I went in with Dr. Jenkins. My meetings with Dr. Jenkins last 2 hours. Seriously, because we was going head to toe. But I had to learn some things. So I just wanted to share that, and I believe that it's just my opinion. I wish you had not have said that out like that. Just come back with us and then say it in the back. That's all I wanted to share with you. Okay, thank you.
Member or Superintendent, did you want to comment?
I do, just very briefly, and I'm not going to mention the meeting where we had to adjourn because it was very heated and I think emotions were high. I think part of the problem may be that when we do have some individuals here that are making comments, that you may not hear them on that end, because I have seen a couple of situations where the students were making comments and then when you stopped it, they were finishing up. So I don't know if there is a way that maybe if there is either security that's here and they are talking, there's a nod, because I know that sometimes when there are people over there, I may not hear them, and that may be an issue. But I know how passionate this board is about the work that we do, and I know that we're going to be able to move forward with this, and I love the dialogue that we're having so that we can put in place a practice that meets everyone's needs and that we're able to have input from all of the various stakeholders. One other small comment is I agree with the chair that I would limit what we put in policy and reference practice. That way, if we do want to make a change, we don't have to go through the entire policy revision practice. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Vasquez, I appreciate your observation. There are times, Kelly sits in the back of the room. There are times when she'll tell me after the meeting some of the things that she heard that I can't hear. I will go back and watch the last meeting, definitely. But I don't think that I don't always have something that I can learn and improve on. I'm pretty sure that won't happen until I take my last breath, and that'll only because I ran out of time. In spite of how I felt about the things that you said after we left, I have tried to pay respect to you and was not ever going to bring that back up had you not brought it up. I did want to have a meeting of the board about the recess process and how we can make sure that we are protecting the audience from it getting out of control and solicit other suggestions so we're all on the same page that that's the purpose and not trying to be disrespectful to the public, because I do think it's important how they perceive it. You want to comment? And then after your comment, I'm going to try to
Go back.
get it back on.
Just a quick question. When you say that you're wanting to make sure that the public is safe, what do you mean by that? Like, we're not doing anything. Do you mean like against each other?
Yes.
But that's why we have security here, and that's why I believe the security can stand and they go over and they say, excuse me, this is not the behavior that we have. You can either calm down in the hallway or you can leave. Those are your two options.
It is hard for them to do that while we're conducting a meeting. So we could just take a time out, sit here, and have law enforcement try to do that. I will only tell you from watching other board meetings, when they've done that, the situation hasn't calmed down. It's gotten more agitated, and my experience has been that we are part of the problem. We are the audience that keeps the situation from resolving. That's been my experience. And I have spent time watching other meetings to see what went wrong versus when we have left and how the law enforcement officers and others have been able to get everybody to calm down. So I very much get concerned about the emotions in the room. We actually, at one point, adopted a practice that everybody had to remain in their seats because of situations where individuals were getting up and coming at each other during pre-agenda. And so by telling everybody they had to be in their seat, it was also a method of trying to control the safety in the room. So we did, again, on my list of things that we haven't gotten to, but then we're just now getting around to the code of conduct, and we're going to talk about that, I think, next week, but we're not going to be able to make any changes but the statutory changes because we're behind on that. So seem to be behind on a lot of stuff. Healthy conversation. Glad that we had an opportunity to at least talk through this, because for anybody who's watching, we don't get to just sit down and discuss this one-on-one. It has to be an open public meeting, which is a good thing for the public. Not always the most comfortable thing to disagree in public, but an opportunity to clarify. Anyway, thank you. And I think it's been, like I said, helpful and productive. Member Kester-Dental, you're actually teed up next to speak on the rest of the issues.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to come back to the discussion about broadcasting our public general comments. And you did bring back some really awful memories of what that was like the last 2 years, and how that did play out, and also you reminded me about how, some things that are said really do need explanations, and so I favor having access or public access to what's happening, but we are giving the public access to us, and we can. It is different from our general meeting where they can speak. So I will concede on that issue. And also about the phone accessibility, because I do remember when people would call in, they weren't even in Florida, and they were weighing in on what we were doing in our school district and using that time. And we, under our procedures at the time, had to consider or not what they were saying, but still they took advantage of that, and I don't appreciate that. So I will concede on that one as well. And I do want to address what we've been talking about. I know that there are a lot of people in the audience when there is something that's just said, especially surrounding books or LGBTQ students. And I do see a lot of people heckling, laughing. And I've had conversations with people, and I said, your purpose is not to put on a performance for us. Hopefully you're coming to persuade us. And when you do that, you're not being very, very persuasive. So if you're going to laugh when someone that you disagree with comes to the mic, you make yourselves look bad. It's hard to favor what you're saying when you act that way. So I've tried, when I'm not on the board at the dais, to counteract some of those behaviors the best I can. But I also understand where a lot of the students and members of the public are coming from, because these issues, they're not simply about the reading wars, whole language versus phonics or whatever. These are about people's identity and who they are. And that is so fundamental. And I understand why there is such a passionate response. And I just hope that these issues will settle. And as far as the security, when, why don't we just use our security force to enforce our rules, that's extreme. And it has not always gone well when we've done that in the past, when we have said to our police force, please go ahead and use your authority to remove people who appear like they're not just following our rules, they're being dangerous, they're harassing others. And even when we ask them to do that, that's then broadcast on Fox News. Someone's recording it. Someone's using that as a time to get you. And we have had people who come here who are on hate groups who come and speak. And they're not always just speaking from the heart. It's almost like they're trying to inflict pain. So these discussions are, they're raw, and I get it, and I really wish that it would stop. And I'm afraid that if we were to live stream these currently under this atmosphere, I agree it would not benefit us or the public or the people who come to our meetings. That's it.
Thank you, Member Castor-Dendel. Member Byrd.
Thank you, Chair. Okay. So as far as the input, maybe we could just make it simple and just call it agenda public input, non-agenda public input. Call it the same thing except agenda or non-agenda. That way, everybody's not trying to figure out, is it public input or public comment, or, just simplify it, either public input or public comment, but that way, non-agenda and agenda. And then I think also, to answer your question, I think that I think we talked about this last meeting. I would prefer that non-agenda public input to be after the consent agenda, because I think that, as we discussed last meeting, it would be beneficial for people that are here to hear some of the business that we do, specifically like the strategic planning section that we usually have before our consent agenda. I think that that's really beneficial. You learn a lot about the district, and I think making sure that they're here and hearing all the recognitions and the positive things that are going on in our district is a good thing. So my suggestion would be putting it after we approve the consent agenda, but before the reports from the superintendent and legal and all that. I am willing to concede as well to televising, based on the fact that I don't want to give any more air to the hate. There's been a lot of really hateful, disturbing comments that are made that are, as Member Castor-Dental said, are not just about policies within the district, which is really what these comments should be focused on when they're speaking to us, policies that they want us to change. This is based on people's lives and people's identities and people's lifestyles, and they're hurtful and they're damaging. And so just because of that, because I've always been in favor of, hey, televise everything. It doesn't make sense to turn it off, but they really are here to speak to us. They're not here to speak to the public, so there's no need for the public to see that. I will say, though, that it could work in our favor, because I know that when we had those 12-hour-long meetings back when the pandemic was going on, and those were all televised because they were consent items, the comments I got from my constituents were like, I am so sorry you guys are going through that. I cannot believe the things those people are saying. So I think it could probably work in our favor for them to be able to see what we go through and see what we're hearing and what people say. But on the other hand, it's just so hateful. I don't want to give any extra air to it. So I'm willing to say turn the cameras off for the time when they're supposed to be talking to us on non-agenda items. I do agree with the union time. I would like to see that the union and the student and principal, I'd like to see that time put in after proclamations and recognition, but before consent. And I do think that we should allow some response time, not debate back and forth, but I think, Chair, you do a pretty good job of that, responding when things are definitely when it's definitely misinformation. I don't think that sometimes it's very obviously misinformation, or they're saying something that we've done specifically that's just we did not do, or they've misinterpreted. So I don't have a problem with allowing time for that. And then just to clarify, as far as if things are going on and maybe the chair cannot hear, I think when we had the pandemic going on and things were really crazy in here, we did ask security to go ahead and comment, or try to control as much as they can, talk to people, say, no, we're not calling out, or, you need to be quiet. And then I think at one point we said they can signal the chair and let the chair know, if they're not having any success quieting a group down, then they can signal to the chair, there's a problem over here, and then she can address it as the chair. But I did just want to clarify real quick, and I won't linger, but we didn't get up to leave that meeting. We were asked to recess by the chair of our school board, who was elected countywide, and she is the chair, and that is her part of her role, to be able to recess a meeting. And And I just think that it was a perfect example of why we recess. We remove ourselves, and it usually would shut down what's going on in the audience because they don't have us. And that was very obvious when that happened. And Member Ferrant stayed because all of that continued for another who knows how long, because they were all commenting up to Member Ferrant. And it was just like, if she was not there, then I think all of that would have quieted down even more. So I just wanted to clarify that it wasn't we were getting up to leave to be disrespectful. We were asked to recess by the chair, and that's her job and her position. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Byrd. Member Gould.
I am okay with the elected officials being called out. I do like the idea, I do want to make sure that we capture that sign up does happen as long as possible for both. And we have to figure that out because I know we have some time certain things in there. I like the idea of after recognitions or after consent for our 4 representatives and the possibly the full public comment or before. I understand, Member Ferrant, that you've talked to other board members about across the state, but a lot of those same boards are perceived as very dysfunctional in their communities. And they have troubles passing referendums and getting really community-wide confidence in their leadership. So I would be still very cautious about things that we cannot have an opportunity to present the facts on in a timely or in the same time frame manner, for the very reasons that the chair talked about it, because when those things are called out, they deal with our children, they deal with families, they deal with very personal issues. It's not lights and streets and those other items. So I just, if we could figure that part out, I'd have no problem. But until we can figure that out and not have disinformation constantly spread and widely spread, I'm not for that. I do like the idea, and I don't know if this is security light, but when security does hear something, if they can, not in a bold way, but in a way, this happens in courtrooms a lot. If people talk, they just walk up to them and say, you really need to be quiet. That's not the protocol here. And then if it blossoms from there, the only recourse I can see is for us, the audience of that behavior, to dismiss ourselves. I would not want to have an officer coaching an audience while we're sitting here, because then it questions our authority versus us saying, we want you to do this job. It's a completely different image and look, and I don't want anything that takes away from our authoritative and leadership of this county through this board. And I also want to thank Member Felder for expressing, I think, the feelings that we have about wanting to work purposefully and through protocols in order to have our diverse opinions and thought processes work well. And we can be functional and get our legislative duties done without breaking protocols, and be a much more highly functional and get the puck moved down the court much faster and more efficiently than if it appears we cannot talk and work with one another. And I hope we don't ever go down that path, because function is important, especially when we have 2 referendums coming up. And that would affect the long-term ability for us to deliver on competitive and good education. So I think as much as we'd like it to be the ideal and we always want the transparency, I think if we can't be fully transparent about something and have two sides, we have to be cautious about how a tool is wielded in a way that is not efficient. So those are my thoughts.
Thank you, Member Gould. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with Member Gould about if people in the audience are getting, because it is extremely hard to hear. There's sitting next to the chair. There's sometimes I hear things as she doesn't. She hears things that I don't. Especially the people who call in. It's extremely hard sometimes to hear what they say. And we've at least had one caller I remember that was using totally inappropriate behavior to be live broadcast anywhere. So we do miss things. But yeah, if our law enforcement could monitor and just say, hey, that's not within our code of civility, we're respectful of speakers, that would be helpful. I also think maybe moving the mic from there back up to the podium, because anybody who ever used to speak was at the podium. I think that it'll take people out of the audience. And I understand people sit here, but not a lot of people usually. And so that may be helpful in getting people to be more respectful. That, I don't know, being at a podium is just commands a little bit more respect than a microphone. So that might be helpful in controlling some of the dialogue that we're hearing in the audience, because regardless of what people are saying at the mic, they're here to speak to us. They deserve our respect and they deserve our undivided attention. Thank you.
Madam Chair. May I comment?
Dr. Vasquez, please.
So we'll certainly have our team look at that. I believe the reason it was moved was safety, because now there isn't a barrier. But I do know that we have some of our law enforcement officers that sit behind here, so we certainly can have the team look at it so that we can move it back here.
Thank you.
Saving time, too.
Actually, thank you for jumping in, because I do like that idea if we can do it in a way that law enforcement feels comfortable with. But I think that some of the noise coming from behind the people that are speaking, even if none of us are hearing it, I get this feedback that it's still happening. And I think for the speaker's benefit, being here and removed from a distance would be beneficial. I also, couple of things I'd like to comment on. One of the things I have tried to do is use our security and law enforcement during the meetings, and I would text them rather than obviously pick up the phone and look like I'm not paying attention to the speaker, and point out if somebody wasn't complying with our rules. I got to tell you, that was really difficult. I'm trying to remember who was my vice chair. It might have been, I think it was you, Pam, and sometimes you would tell me so-and-so's not doing this or not doing, I'm like, text them. And because saying, the person in the third row to my right, 2 seats in, as I'm texting you, do you think I am paying attention to what the person speaking is saying? I've completely missed what they're saying. So the multitasking that was going on with that was really, really challenging. And the other difficulty was when then law enforcement would come up and try to talk to somebody, then that was disruptive and frequently not effective, because whatever the behavior was, it would stop. Law enforcement would go to the back of the room. It would start again up here. I'm texting again. Tried that, and I can't tell you how badly that functioned. I do remember the one time when we had a person walk in with a backpack, a hat, in the middle of the meeting, sat in the back, scared the death out of me. And I'm sure you'll remember, Dr. Vasquez, because you and, me going over, trying to get law enforcement's attention, trying to figure out, if you see something odd that jumps out as not characteristics. So I do really take very seriously the issues of safety. And I think in this day and age, we all have to. So I did want to comment on why we have tried it and how it didn't work. Member Byrd, the idea, I was thinking about your idea of after consent agenda. The one, I go back to the county's response to me wanting to let people talk at the beginning of the meeting was to let them talk at the end, not knowing when the end would be. I get the fact that, and I had even spoken to this at the last time we talked, there's value in people hearing everything and seeing a different perspective. As a lot of times, like one of our teachers that comes often, and every time she speaks, regardless of which side of the aisle you're on, when she tells her story in the classroom, I think everybody walks away going, that's what I want. That's what I want. And that helps to not just simmer down, but it helps everybody come together a little bit more rather than divide. So there's great benefit in that. But I think about the times when we have a student discipline case and we're telling everybody in the room they have to get out. And while we technically only give the parent or the student 3 minutes, which is a separate issue altogether, but I don't think that that's fair for our employees or our students to only have 3 minutes when employees' job is on the line or a student's future. I just think that that's just unfair for us to have unlimited time to present the case, them to have 3 minutes. But we also, now that we're asking everybody to leave, some of those hearings have taken a long time, and rightfully so, a lot on the line. So we're going to ask the people that showed up at the beginning of the meeting, because they're not sure when it's going to end, to now leave and sit outside for an undetermined amount of time and then come back. So my concern is, one, that's not fair to them, and two, I can only imagine if I'm them how furious I am by the time I come back if I stay. So in terms of recognizing we're all humans and some of how we react is based on how we're treated, understandably, I just am a little concerned. My first thought it was a good idea, but as I sat here and thought about it more, I think I think I would still stay with what we're doing and entertain those comments at the beginning of the meeting. And the other thing, if we're not going to televise those comments, then we're televising our meeting, then we're not televising our meeting, then we're televising our meeting, and we're telling people we're not televising this part of the meeting, and we need to explain to them why we're not televising this meeting, because as Member Ferrant points out, when you're not televising something, then there's questions what's going on. And as much as it's a valid explanation, we need to be explaining that. So for those reasons, I would still support the process of taking those non-agenda public comments at the beginning. Let me go to Member Byrd. Member Byrd, it wasn't for a rebuttal, non-rebuttal. It's just your next.
I buzzed back in because I forgot to talk about telephone. I agree that I don't think that we need to continue telephone anymore just because they can email. And I am also concerned about where people are calling from. There's no way to really know that. As far as the comments, I was thinking it would be before, like if we pull a discipline, that comes off the consent agenda. So it would be non-consent. So I was saying after the consent agenda, after we approve the consent, but before we do non-consent reports. But then I'm thinking there are public hearings sometimes we have, and those can take some time. So I was looking up one, but that usually happens, before the consent. So maybe even if it's just before public hearings. So maybe it's just after the section 2, the opening, the recognition, strategic plan updates, proclamations, and then we have non-agenda public comment. And then we go into approving our consent agenda and everything else. And that way they're not stuck here for public hearings on something else or, like you said, employee or discipline matters. I don't want to open up a board meeting if we've got recognitions and all that with nasty non-agenda public comments. I'm sorry, but I just don't. I want to have open a board meeting with the positives, the recognitions, all the good things we're doing, strategic plan updates, even talking about that. And then we can get into the business, or the non-agenda comments and the business of the board. That's my opinion. Thank you.
Okay. Anything? No. Okay. Member Casterdental.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to, as I'm replaying the last 2 years in my head, and the issue of the need, it is painful, the need for the chair to have some control over the meeting and the people. And it's not just about keeping the board members safe, but it can get so heated in here. And they come in heated and they leave heated, and they will, Member Ferrant might not be aware, and maybe Member Salamanca might not be aware, but we've gotten death threats. Mm-hmm. We have an added layer of security as board members. We are, we have to implement a metal detector. And we've had people who had ballistic vests, knives, tasers, pepper spray, guns, coming to a board meeting, a school board meeting. Mm-hmm. So the threat is real. And I appreciate everyone in here who tries to keep the temperature down. And the chair, I appreciate your huge responsibility. People have said, don't you want to run for chair? I'm like, heck no. I do not want to do what she has to do. Your job is so difficult, and you have to do so many things at once, listening to policy and people's comments, but keeping everybody safe is an awesome responsibility, and I appreciate what you do and how alert you are, and the superintendent, and how everyone else is watching for possible dangers. And I'm glad that we're in a place where it's not as heated, but for some members in our audience, they are feeling the pain like they have never felt before. And I don't want to continue to inflict pain on anybody, but I know that it's the dangers are real. So I don't take it lightly, the added safety and security measures and keeping the temperature down. So thank you.
Thank you, Member Casterdental. Dr. Vasquez, and then I'll call on Member Gould.
Well, I was going to, I'm looking at the time, and I was just going to see if Amy would be able to recap where we are, just so that we're on the same page, and we know, I know we have the legislative review still coming up. I'm not taking time away from whoever else wants to speak, but I want to make sure we've covered what we need to before we move into the legislative.
Okay, that was a perfect time. Member Gould is teed up to speak. I'm going to make a closing comment, and then I've got my own recap here of where I think we are, and you have hopefully a better one because I'm also trying to participate and multitask. Member Byrd, Member Gould, you're recognized.
So I'm wondering if rather than doing the text security management, there are just some benchmark protocols that we put in and reposition security halfway up the aisle so that they're visible and not blending in with the back of the room. So that may be a thought, just so that they can nicely and politely say, please give this speaker their time. Before you have to get into a management of them situation. And I agree with Member Byrd that I think we're going to get much more benefit out of having recognitions, even if they're not live broadcast. for those who are coming for public comment, and then having the public comment like right after those recognitions, and then going into our consent agenda, or do it right after consent, but that gets a little hairy. I don't think it's a bad thing if they stay for a strategic plan update or a rule development that has public comment too. I don't think that's a bad thing. I think the more people can learn about what we really are dealing with and doing, the better off we are as a community. So I really like that idea. We can always film and take pictures of the recognitions and put them out in the slice, put them on our school board, social medias. We can get those recognitions out there. So that's it.
Thank you, Member Gould. I was going to say the only thing I find uncomfortable is televising, not televising, and televising. You've offered some suggestions for how we might do that. I think we should explore that. And I think it's a really good idea. We're doing a pilot. And the idea of bringing somebody up, we don't need to put that in a policy, but we can certainly test that out and see how that is. I did want to take the opportunity to close out with a comment, but Member Byrd, and then I really want to be able to go first.
No, you want to close out. I just want to, I did not think we were not going to broadcast at the beginning of the meeting and the recognitions and proclamations and all that. I definitely think those need to be broadcast, especially when we do new principals, and now we've started having them recognized again, which, by the way, I'm so thrilled we're doing that and letting them come with their family, because I actually had an administrator reach out to me asking if we could do that, because they had family across the country that wanted to watch. So I definitely think that we need to broadcast, and I don't really think it's that big of a deal to turn off broadcasting for that period. We do it anyway when we have when we have to recess, or we have like the employee things. I don't think it's that big of a deal. And and we're only talking 30 minutes anyway, I think that people will get used to that. So that's my opinion. I think that they know that happens sometimes. So.
All right, thank you, Member Byrd. And because we're going to do a pilot, that gives us the opportunity to do that. And we have two separate meetings. We have a recognition ceremony, and then our regular meeting starts at such and such a time. That could definitely be a way of handling it. The last thing I wanted to say was in response to Member Castrodental, your comments about the temperature in the room is not as heated as it used to be in terms of the back and forth in the room. But you're absolutely right. The emotions of a lot of our students, our teachers, our local community are very raw right this minute. I'm not sure how many of you all might have been at the Pulse Memorial Ceremony yesterday, but it was an absolutely incredible ceremony, and if you didn't have an opportunity to go, I would urge everybody to watch it, because it was, I would say it was the best that I've seen in the 7 years of just what the families are going through, the loved ones, the survivors. And the one thing that I took away from being there before and after and visiting with people is the feeling that we had come so far in terms of not the rights, the rights, yes, but the respect, the understanding, the compassion for our LGBTQ plus community in the last 10 years. So much has changed, and especially here in Orlando, it was like transformational. And what I kept hearing is, how in the world did we take such a giant step backwards in such a short period of time? And the feeling that we had taken a step backwards way further back than we started. That the hatred that many of our community members are feeling. It's tangible, and we sit here as a district wanting to support all of our students, and in many respects having our hands tied. So I wanted to comment on that because I think the day after the 7-year mark from Pulse is definitely a time to reflect on the pain that our LGBTQ population has experienced since the beginning of time, and is back to experiencing right now, is a factor that goes into my mind every time our students stand up to speak on this subject, recognizing that they're students. That if it's hard for us as adults to sometimes control our emotions, it's certainly hard for them. That doesn't mean that I have tried to ignore the behavior, but I think I probably do respond to students, to your point, in my heart differently, especially when I know that their comments are coming from a place of deep pain and rejection. So that's my final comment on that. But I'll go back and look at the videos. Well, they're not videos, that's right. I'll go back and I'll listen critically. With that, Ms. Emball.
So I think there's a couple things that we can cross off the list. Calling it. So the statute requires what we call general public input and public comment. The statute says that members of the public shall be given a reasonable opportunity to be heard on a proposition before the board. So we had originally the terminology came about, the public input was for general stuff and the public comment was for the proposition. So what I heard from you all is we want to probably call it general public comment or input and agenda public comment or input.
The
Yes.
other option that was thrown out was non-agenda and
And
agenda,
agenda.
So maybe do you want to poll the board between those two options?
Yep.
Okay, so, not a vote, but are you in favor of non-agenda, agenda? I'm going to start with that, and the other one is?
General and agenda.
Okay, non-agenda, agenda. Favor that? No. No. Okay,
I like that one.
I like that one. Non-agenda, agenda. Okay. Okay, the majority of the board would prefer us start with non-agenda, agenda. Next subject.
Agenda. Okay. So then the next thing, the policies, what I heard from you, policies are hard because they're governed by Chapter 120 of the Florida statutes, so we have to do all of that. But you're exactly correct. Under our rule development workshop process that we have, the public can provide input, but at that point we've already advertised and it's kind of hard to do that. So what I heard and what I think the solution could be is we're probably gonna have to bring policies to you 2 work sessions. One, to bring it to you and say, hey, we need to change this policy, this is what we need to do, so you can have that general discussion. The second work session, we could add a portion at the end of that work session for the public to provide input, and that would also then trigger either another work session and or move forward with the rule development workshop, and we could
All
advertise
right,
thereafter.
let me give you feedback on that, and then we'll see if the board agrees with this. I think that the first work session, general discussion, is helpful because if the public comes to the next one, they have an opportunity to understand what we're talking about and what we're debating in general terms. At the next meeting, if we have a work session, then we take public input at the end. If that public input changes our opinion or broadens the issues that we want to address, we won't have the benefit of discussing that and giving direction, so we advertise the right things. So I think at the second work session, there should be a presentation by the staff of what the issues are that the board is contemplating in terms of the broad issues. Then take public comment, then the board has the benefit of digesting that and then determining based on that input, just like we're here today, and between us, we change our mind. I do it all the time when I come in and I listen to my fellow board members. I'm like, geez, I really thought I was here, but now I'm over here. because we gain so much from each other, just like we do from the public. So my position on this would be that we take the public comment right after the staff presentation. Anybody disagree with that? Before the board? Huh? So the staff would give a presentation
overview.
saying, this is the issue in front of us. Here are some of the things that we're contemplating changing in broad terms. Then we would hear from the public, who might say, yeah, I don't like that because of this, this, and this. And then after we've heard from the public, then the board would take up its discussion, as we do with most public hearings, where the public knows what the issues are, but before we debate it, we hear from the public.
Yeah, I like that.
Please, Member Casterdental.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think there is a concern, I guess, with the way we notice these meetings. They don't really get to the public, even though it's a public notice. If there's a way that we can announce during a regular meeting that we will be having this work session, I know it's announced at the end, but we will be having this work session to work on the code of conduct and welcome the public comment at this point in the meeting, giving them advanced notice. We speak it into the microphone instead of just relying on someone to look at BoardDocs, or I think would help the public understand it better.
I agree. Anybody disagree with that? Okay. Yes, Member Front.
I agree with that totally. I had that on my notes to bring up. Because most people, I think right now we just do it in the newspaper, correct?
It's on our website, it's in the newspaper, and it's on BoardDocs.
Okay, so yes, all three of those are, I'd say 90% of people don't read.
Posted down here too,
Okay.
on the
so-
glass jar.
Right. So I think if there was a way, I know online social media type things as well, if that was an option where we can, and you take comments off because it's just an announcement, you're just making a statement of this is what's going to be happening, just to inform the public, and the public can then share that with their friends and whoever and just say, hey, this is coming up. I think that would be really helpful, and I love the idea that Dr. Casterdental mentioned of saying it during the meeting. I think that would be helpful as well, because most people are not going to our website. Most people have no idea how to use BoardDocs. I'm still learning, and most people aren't coming in here to read on the site. So,
Yeah, I think,
Member Front.
okay, I think large agreement on that. And, okay, Member Byrd, do you want to comment on that?
I was just going to add the suggestion of social media, and I was just looking up some school boards, and they do advertise their meetings coming up, on a lot of them on their social media, so that would be a great way to get it out too.
Okay, Vice Chair,
Yeah,
you
plain
say the same
language.
thing, anything else? Okay, all right, great. All right, we got a thumbs up from Member Salamanca. I think we're all good and all on the same page there. Next.
Okay, so next I heard something we can check off, that we're going to keep with respect to names, keep you don't name an employee or a student, but you may direct your comments toward a particular board member should you have one. So I think we can check that off. Live streaming, I've heard no, we're not live streaming public input period, or now it's going to be non-agenda public comment. Flexibility. Talk about flexibility. In your current policy, you have a provision already that's in your BEDH. It says by motion and vote of the board, the limitations on time in this provision may be waived or amended. So you already have that. So that gives you a little bit of flexibility already. And then tacking on to time, I heard 30 minutes and 45. I thought we were going to do 45.
Your mic is kind of,
Sorry,
it's
it's down.
bending
Oh,
down.
sorry. I heard 30 and 45. Are we going to stick to the 45, up to 45 for the non-agenda public comment?
Yeah, I
Up
think
to
Member
45.
Byrd mentioned 30, which is our normal, but we're going to continue to go to 45 should we need to. Absolutely, yes.
And in listening to your comments, it took me back to 2013, maybe 2012-ish, which is why the pre-agenda public input period was established, because it was always a time certain. It was always a distinguished, so nobody had to wait. So it was interesting how the conversations kind of went back to why that was instituted to begin with. With respect to signing up, If you want to have the priority, we have to have a cutoff time for those people to sign up, because staff, you're going to have some member of Dr. Williams' staff here throughout the entire meeting, however long that's going to be, taking cards. And so that is something that you all need to discuss. I don't know if you want to discuss that now. The logistics of that, we can kind of figure it out, but it may be difficult.
To clarify, we are talking about for comments on the agenda. Is what you're
So
referring-
that I think there's two separate discussions, because you have agenda comments. We definitely need to have a time. I mean, they need to sign up and speak. I don't know if it's different for your public, non-agenda public comment time.
Vice Chair?
Thank you. Okay, so here's my vision, and I mentioned it before. With the non-agenda public comment, I understand the need because it's time certain for there to be a sign-up window. For agenda items, we always have, like, there's Deborah. We always have they're here the entire meeting. So I don't see a problem with us putting yellow cards outside of the chambers. And if someone wants to grab one in case they want to speak, bring it in with them. They hear something they like, they don't like, they fill it out, they walk it up to one of them, and then it gets brought to you, Ms. Inval, and then to the chair. I don't see that as being extra work for anybody. Or they could hand it to the people, some of the law enforcement they have stationed, and they can bring it up so that they're not walking up to dais for security reasons. We have security around, they can hand it, they can bring it up, just like we do when there's stuff that they want the board to see. It'll get handed to somebody and distributed. So I'm fine with it being like a time frame for pre-agenda comment period. For agenda items, I don't think it's any harm or foul to have, I'm not asking staff to stay the entire time. Just put some yellow cards out there. They can pick them up or not pick them up, fill them out, hand them to someone who will then hand them to the board, and we would look at that comment at that time. I think that's an easy thing to institute.
Okay. I'll go to you in just a minute, Ms. Enval. Let me hear from the superintendent, and then we'll go to you. Members?
Point of clarification, this is prior to the consent agenda being approved. If someone walks in after the agenda's been approved, are you also allowing them comment?
So I would say it would have to be germane to the conversation. So if they're wanting to comment on something that we've already approved, that would not be germane. We already voted on it. It's over. But if we're having a different conversation, no. So that would be pre-agenda, and I just confused myself. So if we've already voted, then yes, no. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, we do take public hearings before we take the consent agenda.
Yes. Public hearing is on your agenda right after recognitions.
So then they would have to comment prior to the public hearing, yeah.
Just so I can clarify real quick. So up in Tallahassee, if a bill has already been heard and moved on, they're not going to take public comment on that because we've moved on. So it would be the same thing with the board meeting. If they're wanting to discuss anything that we've moved on from and we have a vote or consensus from the board, that's off limits. You got to move on to whatever's next on the agenda or not at all.
One other thing, I don't know if there's any reason we couldn't do this. It always made more sense to me to take the consent agenda right off the bat, take that first. Most of the time we don't have comments, and if we do have something, we're going to pull it off consent and it's going to come up later. So if we just dispense with the consent agenda and then go into the public hearings, and then I think to your point, if you want to speak to a public hearing, you have to get your card in before the public hearing. The only question I have goes back to that issue of priority.
That card has to be in before we take a vote or position.
Okay, even with that, if we're trying to prioritize, so we always take public comment before we even discuss. So the staff introduces the public hearing, and then it's practice, it's not policy, but I've always asked you all, do we want to hear from the public first, which helps inform our dialogue and vote?
Okay, then I would concede that once we're done with public comment on that, if they haven't gotten in line, then yes, then we.
Okay.
And if they're and as far as prioritizing, they're going to be they'll be at the end of the stack.
Right. Okay. But yeah, but I think on the prioritizing, we're asking the staff to get the stack and then sort out from the stack who's a student and who's a teacher and put them at the beginning.
But then anybody who signs up late is just going to go to
Yeah,
the
I
end,
just think
regardless
if
of the
you
priority.
sign up late, then you have to understand you're not going to be prioritized because we're not going to reshuffle the deck. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
They're already yellow and blue. I mean, that's kind of a operational decision
Yeah.
on paper
yeah.
and
But anyway, I
cardstock
think
and-
that's the answer. We're not if you don't get here at the beginning, we're not going to reprioritize. One of the reasons for taking people in the order in which they present goes back to, again, a prior experience where a certain person would stack the deck for all the people that were in agreement with whatever the entity's position was, hear all those first, put all those opposed at the end, and that might be 3 hours later. And so for me, it was really important that there be a process that's more objective. But I think the priority idea works fine. It's still kind of the first come, first serve in that priority. Like if you're a student or a teacher, we'll still take them in the order that they're turned in, but they'll come before others. So I think we can make that work. We can certainly try it at this point. Okay. Vice Chair and then Member Castrodental. Vice Chair, anything else? Member Castrodental. Vice Chair is busy over here. She's telling.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry, you snooze. Okay, I'm kidding. I want to make sure that I understand that we're talking about just the period of time in the meeting that is considered public hearing, and not just any time throughout our meeting for something that's relevant, because I don't know if I want people commenting on our proclamations, or we're just talking about that time in the meeting that's designated public hearing, right?
So public hearing would be on your rule development workshop items, so your policies or rezoning or something, the adoption of instructional materials. Those are specifically under Section 3 of the agenda, which is public hearing.
Right, okay. We're not opening up the whole meeting for anyone to comment, right? We're not doing that. Okay, I'm good.
And you differentiated, or Mr. Palmerini, you differentiated. Can you say that again, because it's beyond public hearings, but it's not everything that happens at the meeting.
Right. So by law, any person who wants to speak at a public hearing, your policies, your rezonings, book adoptions, they get to do that. So for me, folks coming in to speak at those prior to you all closing the comment period for that particular item, they should be allowed to speak, even if they were to miss the technical sign-in deadline, because at that point, we would not be giving them their lawful right to speak on that. Regular agenda items, you guys get to set the time, place, and manner that people get to speak to those. You all get to adopt reasonable regulations on that. So you can say for a regular agenda item that's not a public hearing, you have to sign up by the start of the meeting in order to speak to those particular items. You have given them a reasonable opportunity to speak.
But to Member Castrodental's point, we don't take public comments on proclamations.
No,
We don't
that's statutory.
Right. Okay. So it's the things that are statutorily required to take public comments, and that's the distinguishing factor. Okay. Ms. Emball.
Okay, so moving back, I think another thing we want to talk about was you had asked for specific times for, some of you had, but not all of you, for unions, students, those types of groups. I have some bargaining concerns with that. That has not been our practice. And if you watch some other meetings from other entities, you can see where that turns problematic. I'll let Mr. Palmerini expound a little bit more on that.
So obviously, and this is a very interesting time for us to do this because we are getting ready to go into bargaining with our unions. So typically it is an unfair labor practice for a bargaining agent such as the union to directly approach you all on a bargaining issue rather than going through your management team. Now, I don't think, given the current leadership of both unions, that that's going to happen. However, it is entirely possible that it does occur, right? And the other thing is, and I'm not going to say this about either of the leaderships of the unions right now, but it is entirely possible. You all have talked about whether or not misinformation could go out over, it's not over the airways, but things are stated to you in a public meeting that are not true. And so do we have to then have the superintendent's bargaining team back here also with a period of time to respond if a bargaining issue is brought up as well? So those are all things that concern me. I don't think that, given the restrictions which those folks know about, that they are going to bargain at the table essentially, but we don't always have that current leadership either. So that's the concern from a legal standpoint.
Okay, thank you. Member Byrd, I'm not sure if this is old, or did you want to speak to this now? Pardon me? No, go ahead. You're recognized.
Thank you. I forgot what I was going to say because you started talking about the union. Yes. Oh, thank you. The agenda, I just need a little clarification because we can allow, the public hearings are separate on, from what I'm seeing, it's number 3 on our agendas. They're separate from consent items.
Correct.
So if a member of the public wants to come talk to us on consent items, not public hearing, but just anything like construction,
Right.
or the grant, whatever, they could, right? We don't legislatively have to allow them, but we could allow them.
So with
Right, or no?
so with consent items, you do have to. Up until about 4 or 5 years ago, people did not have the right to specifically speak to an item on the agenda. Most government agencies did it by practice, but that wasn't a right that they were allowed. They adopted 286.0114 that says, at a reasonable time, at some point before the vote, you have to allow the public to comment on something that is going to be on the agenda. But what they did there, you all can set reasonable regulations as to the time, place, and manner in which they are allowed to speak. So you can place a regulation under the law that says, if you want to speak to this agenda item, you have to be here prior to the start of the meeting and sign up prior to the start of the meeting. That is separate and distinct from your public hearings, where anybody who wants to speak to that has to, by law, be allowed to speak to that. And so if they come in at some point during the meeting and you all have not closed the public comment on that public hearing and they want to speak to it, I would advise, and Mrs. Enval would advise, to allow them to do that in order to give them their lawful right to speak in the public hearing. But that's separate and distinct from the agenda items. Sorry for that technical explanation.
No, it's okay. I just wanted to make sure that we are not excluding people from. Okay. I think that having a different practice for consent as opposed to public hearing adds that whole confusion factor again. I think we just need to make a decision either way for all of it. If we're going to allow them up to the vote, then that's what we allow. Because I think once you start adding in all that little nuanced language, if you're coming to talk about this as opposed to this, you need to be here before this time. That makes it all confusing, and we're trying to make everything easier. So that's my opinion on that. As far as the union, this is why I thought it was a good idea just to have this be a practice and not a policy, because as you said, we have good relationships now. That could change. We could change. But I think that if at any point they were speaking of bargaining issues, then I think the chair could easily shut that down. And I also think that we can always take away that time if we had a particular representative that was using it in the wrong way, abusing it, right? But I think there's a lot that they would come and speak to us about that have nothing to do with bargaining issues, that could just be representing their groups or employees' thoughts on something that we're voting on, or even highlighting positive things. I mean, it doesn't have to be, I think there's a lot that they want to probably share with us from the voice of the employees that don't have necessarily anything to do with bargaining. So,
thank you, Member Byrd. Member Gould.
I'm following up what Member Byrd is saying. I don't think, I think our practice of having a chair who has the ability to kind of stop that comment, and also legal counsel who can kindly interrupt and say, territory, wrong territory. manages that well. And
I've
and
never
if it's
done
a-
that before.
No, never. And if it's a repeated practice, then we can say we're going to have to, eliminate this opportunity if you can't stick to topics that are allowed versus not allowed because of legal reasons. So I'm not as worried about that.
Thank you, Member Gould. Vice Chair.
Madam Chair, I agree with Member Byrd and Member Gould. I'm not as concerned about this. I believe that they understand what the rules are, and if they violate the rules, they will be reminded that that's a violation. And I do believe there's way more to discuss with the board other than bargaining issues. I think there's a lot on everybody's plate. There's a lot of policies that are going to come before us. They are on the front lines with their teachers and understand the issues in a classroom that we need to hear about. I got an email last week. There's still so much confusion around the library and the media practices, and I'm trying to figure it out, and I'm hearing things have been rejected or they haven't been rejected. So it's just, I think the time is right for us to hear from more people and hear from more voices so that when we make good decisions, and I hope we always make good decisions, that they're educated decisions as well. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to echo Member Gould's comments. I will rely heavily on our Deputy General Counsel to jump in because a lot of things are a bit more nuanced than you realize. And besides, I'd like to have a bad guy cop. Good. Yes, and that's good. And in the event that there's ever pornographic conversation, I'll rely on him as well because I don't know all the terminology, and he's an expert in that. So just so you understand the expanded role that you have of support, I rely on both you and Ms. Enval heavily to help me make sure, in addition to the fact that any policies that are broken, I rely on y'all, and I want you to jump in if I miss something moving forward. I think you generally do, but don't feel hesitant if you think there's a direction that as chair I should be taking that I'm not, okay? I'd much rather be publicly corrected than allowed to be publicly wrong.
Elevate John's seat.
I know, he is. Yeah, I know. Like the voice.
Like Mr. Oz.
Yeah, Mr. Oz. I was going to say the voice of God, but Mr. Oz is more appropriate. Thank you. The man behind the screen. All right. Member Salamanca.
I agree. I think we just rely on council for this one, but I think it's worth having CTA voice in most of these meetings. So I'm supportive of it.
Dr. Vasquez.
Because people are listening, I need to clarify a comment that Board Member Gallo made about the books. And I believe we sent communication out to the entire board that the books are being reviewed by media specialists. Some of them have been deemed inappropriate, but the district team will review any book that has been noted as not appropriate. No books have been removed at this time.
All right. Thank you. Okay. Next, Ms. Enval.
Okay. So I need to know where on the agenda, placement on the agenda, you want this new non-agenda public comment period, because I'm not exactly clear. And also, where do you want this new location for CTA, OSPA students, and I believe someone said in OCASA. Yeah, where do you want that to be on your agenda?
All right. Vice Chair, you pushed your button. Go ahead.
I think my personal opinion, and I'm excited to hear what the board says. Is my mic not on? My personal opinion would be it would be like 2:04. It would come after the call to order, recognitions, proclamations. Then we would hear from them prior to the public hearings. However, if you want to push it after the public hearings, as I believe Member Byrd suggested, I'm fine with that. I think that's where the people should speak. As far as pre-agenda, I'm still supportive of it being prior to the board meeting, but I'm open for discussion. I know there's various opinions on the board. Thank you.
Okay, before we move on, clarification. So if they're speaking to something that's a public hearing, we have always taken their comment after the presentation on that public hearing and before board discussion. We would continue to do that.
Yes, I was
Okay.
just referring to the CTA, OSPA, those speakers.
Thank you.
That's where I would place
Thank you.
them on the agenda to be able to speak to us.
Clear. Okay. So the first option on the table is vice chairs, OSPA, those entities, right after awards or recognitions before public hearings or consent.
okay if it's after, just
Okay. Okay. And pre-agenda would be before the meeting. That's where we would take non-agenda public. Okay. Next, Member
Hold
Castellanos.
on.
No.
I'm very confused.
I'm sorry. It is you. Thank you.
It's okay.
Thank you.
I would like to have those 4 groups before public hearing because, again, I think there's very salient information that they share that I would like the public to begin to understand. So I personally would like them before.
Okay, and to make this a little easier, let's stick with when we hear from those entities first, and then we'll go into the second issue. So we have 2 board members that want to hear from them pretty much at the top of the meeting before we get to lengthy hearings. Member Castrodental, then Member Ferrand.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to make sure that we know the entities are CTA, OSPA, but in the event that there's a different change, we don't just name them or any union, right? And then the principal association, and then the students. How do we decide which student? Is it part of the superintendent's advisory?
Yeah, yes, that's what we would be thinking.
Okay,
And
no?
and with respect to the designation and nomenclature of the unions, so we could say the certified bargaining agent for instructional, certified bargaining agent for education support professionals. And the principals
And
is
principal
and the principals
association.
or the administrators association, whatever it will be called. I was just using the acronyms for shorthand, so everybody knew what it was.
Right, and then so the students, is that, superintendent, is that a group that you would feel represents the voice of the students, your student advisory? Or rotate SGA presidents?
May I?
Please.
Yeah, so we have representatives from every high school on the call, and so certainly we can actually have them select when they would like to come and speak, and that would give them an opportunity to make sure that they have spoken with, whether it's SGA, many of them are SGA council members, and have them come and speak. And again, it's something, since we're not making a policy, we could always revise who that group is. And I think we can see how it goes, but I do believe they're an incredibly articulate group of young men and women who have a true pulse on what's happening in their schools.
Thank you.
Thank you, Member Castellanos. Member Ferrand.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify. You had mentioned something just a moment ago about pre-meeting.
Yes.
What
please.
We're gonna take these up separately. We're gonna take up when these groups would speak, and then we're gonna come back and take up the non-agended comment.
But the public comment, whatever we're saying, non-agenda public comment, is not happening before a meeting, correct? We're not doing.
We're gonna, we haven't, what I had
Oh, it's
said
still up for
was.
discussion.
Yeah, what I
Okay.
had said was what we've been doing as the pre-agenda, let's just not take that up right this second. Let's deal with those 4 entities, and then we'll take that up separately, because it was kind of too much in this, right now, at one time, to take up both issues. It gets
Got it.
confusing.
Okay.
So we'll get to that in just a minute.
Just wanted to clarify. Thank you.
The only observation I want to make is, because the legislature has adopted such broad sweeping terms for the Sunshine Meetings law, and applies that to all advisory entities, I think legal needs to look at the groups that we have right now that are advisory, oh, I can say this word, councils or committees to the superintendent, and also might be advising the board in terms of whether or not those fall under the Sunshine Committee. Huh? No, it's the question of whether they can't talk to each other out of the sunshine. I hadn't given it a lot of thought. I do remember when that law changed and what implications that had on advisory committees throughout the state. So I just want to ask legal to take a pause and look at that and make sure that the groups that we have don't fall under that. And if they do, that they know it. Just like when we formed our redistricting committee and we had to advise them, they can't communicate with each other outside of literally posting a meeting and holding it in the sunshine. So, Mr. Palmerini?
So the general rule on that is if you've delegated some recommendation authority, like this committee's going to make a recommendation to you, perfect example, the Medical Advisory Committee during COVID, Reapportionment Committee. That absolutely has to be noticed and open to the public, and the members can't talk to each other outside of the meeting. If the superintendent creates a staff committee to advise her, and it's a committee of staff, that is not subject to the public, or to sunshine laws and public meetings and notice and all of that. That is separate and distinct. But any advisory committee to this board most certainly would be, and if there are specifics that we need to look, we'll take a look at those, but I'm quite sure that Mrs. Enval advises all of those committees because she gives the public records sunshine law speech to them at the very first meeting that they always have. So I think all of those committees are in line, but we'll make sure.
Yeah, I think I'm mostly worried about if we give them this opportunity, let's make sure that we use it in a way that they don't trip over that, and now we have to tell all of our students that they can't communicate with each other on these types of issues. I don't want to go that far. So
I got you.
whatever they present to us can't be in the form of you. Anyway, I'll rely on you to look carefully at that and make sure that doesn't happen. Okay, next issue. Next issue is when would we take public comment on non-agenda
Non-agenda
items?
public comment.
Okay, who wants to jump into that one first? Well, okay, our options, one option is to continue to take those comments before we start our official meeting. Another option was to take those comments, and what I'm remembering and have jotted down, take those comments after we have started our regular meeting, although maybe we have a different name for that, but after we've had proclamations, recognitions, but before we start the business portion, if you will, of our meeting, where we're taking up consent agenda, we're taking up public hearings, we're taking up action items. Whether it be before or after the strategic presentation of staff, I've heard different input on that. So I think the first thing is, does it happen before the recognitions or after the recognitions? So how about we take input on that? Huh? Yeah, I want input from everybody before we take our, start our meeting with recognitions and proclamations, or after? Before? Okay, do you want after? How many people, I think most of y'all want after we've had the recognitions and proclamations? After? One? Or before? Okay, one? I don't care. Two? Two want it after. Who wants it before? All right. Okay.
So just so I know, this would be 45 minutes of non-agenda public comment period while the recognition people are waiting to be recognized?
No, it would be similar to what we do right now, where we
okay.
start the meeting at, say, 4:45, and we take the
45
public
minutes of-
input, and then we start a meeting.
Let's take another poll.
Exactly. I want to make sure everybody knows what we're pulling, whether it happened to go my way that last time, but but I want to make sure we all know what we're talking about. So who wants to take input from the general public on non-agenda topics after we have done the proclamations and the recognitions afterwards? 4. Okay.
Can I ask a question?
Of course.
I'm so sorry,
That's
but
okay.
we tend to get quite a few people, members of the public, who want to just talk to us during agenda. If we have all of our recognitions, especially when we're doing like those fall sports, winter sports, spring sports, how will we manage all of those people? Is that just not my problem?
I think that's why we ended up with pre-agenda the way we ended it up with, because it becomes a lot of people to manage, because you'll have your public, non-agenda public comment people in here waiting while you have all those recognition folks going through as well.
And the kids will come in and out, but the people, to your point earlier, they would see the recognitions. We're not going to let the public in because there's going to be too many children needing to be recognized, which is appropriate. But unless we, I guess, have all the TVs rolling, they're not gonna know what's going on in this boardroom anyways.
So,
All right. Member Ferrant has
okay.
pushed her button, so everybody just push your button.
She did it correctly. Good job.
Yeah. Follow the protocol.
Finally, no.
Protocol.
So, I think if we can just designate the middle, and you designate that for however many people are coming to be recognized. Even if there's a small amount, then you just do a small amount, and the rest is for anybody coming to members of the public who want to comment or maybe are just here to listen, and then they can fill in on the sides. I think we've done that before. If it's going to be a massive recognition, then we do it where they're held out in the lobby. And if people can't control themselves, then they have to stand outside. I don't know, but something to that effect. That would be my thoughts.
And just for clarification, this is for the pilot. Okay. Member Gould.
So the last recognition, we had so many students, we couldn't fit them in here, and we did rotate the students in and out. So I like the idea of, maybe you're staggering it. So the first group comes in and they're seated there as they're getting recognized. The second group comes in, so they see one recognition. I know, or you just wait and switch them out. But the public would actually be in here to see those recognitions. And then if it's not large groups like that, then I love Member Ferrant's idea of, as we do now, we reserve seats and everybody else fills in. And if we have to, we open the back because the staff could watch it from somewhere else. They don't have to be there. They just have to be nearby in case we need them. But they could watch it from one of the conference rooms in the cafeteria. They could watch it from the back. There's places they could watch it from. And we bring that seating back, which we have also done in the past.
Dr. Vasquez.
Except if we're not broadcasting, and we usually, when they have a concern, we direct staff to help them, they wouldn't be able to. I'm not saying all staff, but like cabinet probably would. Yes.
Once the recognition portion is over with, the large groups that we're talking about would have left before we would get to the non-agenda topics, freeing up space also. So the idea being that if we go this route, we will reserve whatever number of rows we think we're going to need to recognize whoever we're recognizing. The rest would be open. And we would start the meeting with our regular opening, our proclamations, our recognitions. Then we would go to the non-agenda public input. Then we would go to the business, which would include the strategic plan. Good?
Hold on.
No.
No, it's not that. I'm just making sure. We also had the unions and that, so proclamations, recognitions, union speakers and then public comment?
No.
Or not, or flip it?
Public comment.
Then the speakers. No?
Well, one of two things. Either the union groups are going to speak once we are reconvened and running live stream. After we've taken the pre-agenda, or the non-agenda to public comment, or we're taking those groups after we've had recognitions, but before we go into the non-live streamed. Yeah. Go ahead, Member Gould, your proposal.
I push my button. So could we have our representatives, the 4 representative groups, do their comment, then do recognitions and protocols, then public comment, then business?
Can you say it again? I'm sorry, I was confused because you
Our-
pushed your button, but I see Member Byrd and not
Because
you.
I took it off.
Oh, okay.
So the 4 representative bodies, the students and the unions, the association, are proclamations, recognitions, public comment, then business.
So they're up front
They're up front.
and televised.
Yes, because we're televising the proclamation. So yes.
Everybody okay with that?
So we do silence, the pledge allegiance, our partner comments, our proclamations, our recognitions, public comment, then
Non-agenda.
if we have a strategic, not strategic plan, a rule development, public hearing, whatever, non-consent, etc.
All right, everybody seems to be okay. I'm like lukewarm, could go both ways, but it's a pilot. Let's try it, absolutely, let's try it. Absolutely, bingo. Absolutely. I'm glad somebody took decisive lead on that. Thank you, Member Byrd. Member Salamanca, you want to comment on that? Oh, God, I'm so lost. No, Member Byrd. Member Goulds came up, Member Byrd, then Member, oh, God.
Okay.
I need a break.
So, I know, I agree. I mean, I understand, but I'm a little concerned about putting the comments from our unions before we do proclamations and recognitions and any group celebration, just because I would think that's also positive, and there may be negative comments from. So I'm just saying flip it. Let's just get all the celebrating, the new administrators, the proclamations, all that kind of stuff done in that's 2.2, 2.3, 2.4, and then 2.5 can be, or even next one, number 3 can be union reps. And then it can be public hearing. And I still think we need to vote on consent agenda, clear that, and then get all of our business done. And then we are opening up the opportunity for our constituents to speak to us on non-agenda items, because as we've said many times, that is something we are giving to them. It is not an obligation. I don't think it's too much to ask for them to sit through letting us get our business done before we hear them speak. And that doesn't always take a really long time. And then it makes more sense to if we've pulled things off the consent agenda, and we have to turn off televising, that it's all turned off anyway during that point before we do, not for non-consent things if we've pulled them off anyway. So that's just my idea. I just think that makes more sense, and I don't think that's too much to ask of them. If they want to come out here to make a point, to make comments to us that have nothing to do with what's on the consent agenda, then I don't think it's too much to ask them to sit through us doing the consent agenda work.
Right now, I want a diagram. And we can move things around and make it a little easier to follow.
But
Okay.
I can't show it to you, but I've done.
So, member, okay.
because we still got to get through legislation.
Yes, I know.
Yes. Okay, so what I have on my diagram is opening, proclamations, recognitions, your special groups, your union groups and students, then consent. Oh, I'm sorry, then public hearing if we have one, because we don't always have public hearing. Your consent, and then non-consent, or then non-agenda public comment. Because you still have we don't do it very often, but sometimes you have non-consent, which may be a student discipline issue,
Right.
an employee discipline issue, which then they're going to have to go out.
Right.
So I'm going back to Member Bird's proffer, was then non-agenda public comment after consent.
Yes, after consent, but before any
Non-consent.
non-consent items.
So that means that any item that is taken on non-consent, i.e. your student discipline issue or maybe your employee discipline issues, they have to sit there and wait through the up to 45 minutes of non-agenda public comment before we get to the business portion of that student discipline issue and or employee discipline issue. Okay?
Okay.
Okay. Last
Yeah.
one. Did you have something else? Sorry.
Yeah, just on the union groups, I think we are are thinking this, but want to make sure 3 minutes per group.
Yes.
I didn't want to assume.
Okay, got one final thing on my checklist, and I think we're good. Phones. I did not get I have a 2 no and a 1 yes, and I did not get a consensus from you all as to whether or not you want to keep the phone lines open. Now that you've set your whole thing, you're going to have 4 staff that sits all the way through just all of that, so.
Okay. No phones. No phones? No phones? Who wants no, who said?
I want phone.
I do too.
You
Right.
do.
It's majority rules.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, no phones.
Okay. I think that has all my checklists.
Okay. And that's recognizing that I believe Member Gould was in support of phones, but it still was a clear majority. Okay.
Okay.
All right, we have something to try.
We do.
We really do need a break.
Yes.
We definitely do need a break. I am so sorry. I am dying to hear your presentation. I honestly am. I'm looking forward to this, and it's important. And I apologize that you've waited this long, but it's really important to us.
Hey,
Okay?
you know,
I'm
he's
serious.
up in Tallahassee. He never has to sit through any of our school board meetings, so
Yeah.
it's okay.
I
And just-
promised my interns to talk legislation, so
And
I
just-
apologize for all the
And
public
just for the record, contrary to Member Gallo's experience, when I was president of Florida Association of Counties, I sat many times in those committee meetings, scheduled to speak, and was never allowed to speak at all.
That's because there was too many speakers.
No, they didn't allow any comments. In fact, it was on the one where they were voting on whether or not to enforce that we had to have public comments, that they didn't allow public comments. So you have a different standing. Yes, a different experience, or possibly a different standing. I hope it's both. Okay, let's adjourn or recess, and we will come back. How much time do you think we need, guys? Are we, sorry? Are we getting something to eat? Is 30 minutes too much?
2:15 is your food.
You were going to do 10 minutes? 10 minutes. We got to vote out in the audience from an intern. 10 minute is. 10 minutes. Yeah.
Did you write down the finger?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, that's easier. Yeah, there's too many slides. How about each? Yeah, really good. Thank you. I'm glad you're doing that.
All right. We are back in session, and we are ready to take up the legislative review. And Mr. Lagash, welcome, and thank you for your hard work in Tallahassee.
Thank you.
And we look forward to your presentation.
All right, thank you. Appreciate the opportunity to be here today. I will do my best to keep this to a brief presentation. I know many of you have already received some version of a review or recap here in recent weeks through other channels, and I know all of you have been reading my weekly legislative updates thoroughly, so most of this will be repetitive for you, but nonetheless, I want to get through all of the bills that had a sort of meaningful impact on public education in general in the state, but also on district operations.
So let me ask you if we can do this. At the conclusion of each bill in your presentation, if we can just pause to see if board members have any questions on each bill. Is that okay, rather than waiting until we get to the end? Please.
I'm sorry, I was going to say it in my opening comments, but we're good. So they have chunked them in buckets, so everything that has to do with teaching and learning, everything that has to do with safety. So we thought we might try that, is let them get through each chunk and then open it up for questions. Is that
Thank
okay?
you. Absolutely.
Yeah.
I'm sorry,
No.
Dr. Vasquez, I should have called on you first.
No, we're good.
Thank you for that clarification. So that's how, we'll do what she said.
Sure.
Got it.
So we'll get to it in a minute, but fair warning, the first section is particularly long. That's where a lot of the bills are in sort of teaching, learning, curriculum, but we can take that, we can pause if need to. So the 60-day legislative session concluded back on May 5th. Just kind of recapping, there were over 1,800 bills that legislators filed this session. About 350 of those actually passed both chambers and have either already been signed by the governor or could be signed here in the coming days. Again, I've pulled out about 35 bills with a direct impact on district operations and public education in the state. Just a brief overview of the budget. I know the board has already received an overview from the finance team, and I think there's a more thorough summary of the budget coming in the coming weeks as well. But just to highlight a couple of things. One, the base student allocation, which is typically viewed as the flexible dollars that the district has available to spend on operations. You'll see a notable increase there of over 12%. I would just caution that number is a little bit misleading because the legislature this year actually rolled a number of the categoricals in the FEFP financing model into the base student allocation. So they took a lot of dollars that were already in the formula and just moved them to a different spot on the ledger. And in doing so, they didn't actually eliminate the requirements for how you spend those dollars. So the where they look on the ledger is gone, but the requirements in terms of how you spend the dollars is the same. So some of those categoricals included spending for teacher salaries, instructional materials, reading, teacher classroom supply assistance. And so those things have been rolled into the base student allocation. If you back those things out to sort of compare to what we did last year, I think you'd see a base student allocation increase of $162 in the district, or about 3.25%. And that's much more in line with the total increase in per student funding at 4.11%. And then just highlighting one categorical, I know that's important to the board. Student transportation in the district, that number increased by about 4%, and that's about $1.3 million for the county. Again, we'll start with some bills. The bulk of the bills, I would say, are around teaching, learning, and curriculum, and we can pause as needed. The first bill, HB1, which was based on the bill number itself, was a legislative priority for at least the House. This was the school choice bill. It expands eligibility for the existing Florida Tax Credit Scholarship and for the Family Empowerment Scholarship programs to include any student in the state who is eligible to enroll in K through 12 public school. And so the scholarships have existed. This is a broader eligibility, open to anyone. And instead of sort of the current process where you get a certificate or a voucher, this will come in the form of a savings account that the parent will then control, and they can use those funds to be spent on any sort of educational services, including private school tuition. Despite the fact that it's open to everybody, the legislature chose to maintain a priority for low-income families, and then a second-tier priority for families who are at another level of poverty. And then they also established what they're calling a personalized education program, which is a parent-directed choice option that students can tap into that's similar to the homeschool program that exists today. The other thing they did on the scholarships was increase the amount of available scholarships at a faster rate for students with unique abilities. There has been a long backlog there of students being able to get access to those scholarships, and the hope is that by increasing the growth rate in those scholarships, more students will access them more quickly, and eventually we can eliminate that backlog. Some other issues that were included in the bill unrelated to school choice. One in particular, I think, is significant opportunity for the district. So in an effort to reduce unnecessary regulations and provide more flexibility and efficiency for public schools, the bill requires the State Board of Education to develop and recommend to the governor and to the legislature proposals for repealing and revising existing sections of the state education code. So the department is actually working right now to sort of set up a process for submitting those comments, both from interested stakeholders, be it boards, districts, staff, and then I think they were going to work on a separate portal for the general public to provide input as well. So those things are happening now. There's this sort of parallel track that I think the legislature will be doing their own work, and so there will be a point in the fall going into the new legislative session in 2024 where we could see an opportunity to revisit a lot of what is currently in the education code and look for some ways to make improvements, efficiencies for district operations. So I think internally as a district, we'll work to identify what some of those things are, be it through a task force or some working groups to try to identify some things that we can take back and provide both to DOE and also to the legislature. Some other provisions in the bill: it exempts from the required cost per student station any school construction projects that were started prior to July 1 of 2026. For purposes of teacher certification, it adds some additional options to the acceptable means of demonstrating general knowledge, subject area knowledge, and professional preparation and education competence. It extends the duration of a temporary teaching certificate from 3 to 5 years, which is something we've already the district has already reached out and notified our temporary teaching certificate teachers of that change. So it's a great way for us to keep them longer and give them more time potentially to earn a full certificate. The bill extends, and then lastly, the bill removes the requirement for at least one course within the 24 credits needed for graduation to be completed through online learning. So no longer a digital or online learning component. HB 19 supports students with disabilities and their parents when the student attains the age of majority while still in school. So generally, educational rights for students transfer to the student when they turn 18. The bill requires districts to provide additional information to a student with a disability, along with his or her parents, about options for maintaining parental involvement in their education decision-making going forward. And that'll take some state board rules to adopt, and probably some changes potentially to the ESC student progression plan. SB 196 expands guidance services on academic and career planning in 2 ways. First, by requiring middle school students personalized academic plans to include information on career and technical education graduation pathway options and also work-based learning opportunities. And second, by expanding the required school district parental notification on high school acceleration options to include information on CTE programs, work-based learning opportunities, and other soft skill credentialing programs. That's a process that will likely require some updates to our student progression plan as well. HB 225 makes a number of changes to the ability of students to participate in interscholastic athletics. It also modifies how the Florida High School Athletic Association operates going forward. Notably, it authorizes students who transfer from one public school to continue to participate in activities at the former school for the rest of that school year. It requires FHSA to adopt policies and procedures allowing schools to make brief opening remarks, and including potentially religious remarks at state championship events. And then it modifies how the FHSAA Board of Directors operates by reducing its membership from 16 to 13 members to be comprised of the Commissioner of Education, 8 members appointed by the governor, and 4 members elected by FHSAA member schools. And then the FHSAA's executive director, budget, and bylaws must also be approved now by the State Board of Education. Senate Bill 240 provides support for stakeholders in Florida's workplace development system to better provide students with high-quality career and technical education programs. It does this in a number of ways. So it supports CTE for middle and high school students by providing some new funding through a grant program to allow for expansion of CTE programs for our middle and high school students. It modifies options to complete required credits to earn a high school diploma by replacing the practical arts option with the option to complete at least 1 credit in CTE. And it provides some additional funding through the FEFP as well to further incentivize CTE participation. It expands opportunities for students to engage in work-based learning by requiring high schools to host annual career fairs and also to provide students with work-based learning opportunities. And then it provides some additional flexibilities for districts in recruiting and hiring CTE teachers. House Bill 265 addresses high school equivalency diplomas. So current Florida law requires a student to be 18 to sit for the GED exam. However, a 16 or 17-year-old student may sit for the exam under extraordinary circumstances. And currently each school district is responsible for determining what constitutes such extraordinary circumstances. And therefore, the requirements today vary widely across the state. So I think the district currently was requiring students to come in and sit for 12 hours of class time in preparation for taking the GED. I know other districts, it's as many as 20 or I think even upwards of 40 hours of class time. Some districts have no requirement there. But to provide consistency across the state, the bill prohibits a school district from requiring a student that's reached the age of 16 to take any course prior to sitting for the GED exam if they can demonstrate a passing score on the GED practice test. Senate Bill 290 gives parents of students with disabilities the right to retain their child in pre-kindergarten without risking an additional retention before the 4th grade to ensure that that child has a strong foundation before entering kindergarten. So if a student is retained and the student demonstrates a substantial deficiency in literacy skills, the student must also receive intensive reading interventions prior to kindergarten. And then in doing so, the new law revises the existing good cause exemptions for mandatory retention by allowing a student in grade 3 to still be promoted to grade 4 if they've already been retained in the VPK program. And this is another one that'll require the district to update our ESC progression, student progression plan. House Bill 443 makes a couple of changes to how we work with charter schools and then a couple of additional unrelated changes as well. So the bill requires a charter school sponsor to annually provide to its charter schools on what administrative and educational services are being rendered from the sponsor's portion of the administrative fee. That's something we do currently. We communicate that information right now to DOE. We'll now be required to share that information directly with the charter schools as well. It requires the charter school sponsors to make timely payments and reimbursements of eligible federal grant funds. We do a lot of that now, obviously, and it takes up some staff time to comply with the new bill. I think there's going to be a capacity component, and we'll have to revisit sort of existing staffing levels, I think, to comply with the stricter timeline around those funds. Separately, the bill expands the Florida Teachers Classroom Supply Assistance Program to include less than full-time teachers. So this is the program that provides funds to school districts for classroom teachers to purchase classroom materials and supplies. And so in some instances, we have administrators or substitute teachers potentially who are holding valid teaching certificates and are filling a vacancy on a long-term basis who otherwise weren't eligible for the supply assistance. And then lastly, the bill requires school districts to post step-by-step instructions on how to provide first aid for choking in every high school cafeteria within the district. And this was actually an idea that was added to the bill sort of late in the process that was proposed by students in Broward County. So a student-derived idea. Senate Bill 478 converts the Early Childhood Music Education Incentive Pilot Program into a permanent program, and that provides assistance to school districts in implementing comprehensive music education for kindergarten through second graders. The program will be administered by the Department of Education and is subject to funding on an annual basis from our legislature. This year, they appropriated $400,000 in recurring funds and $10 million in non-recurring funds to get the program started. House Bill 551 requires school districts to annually certify and provide to the Department of Education evidence of instruction on the history of African Americans. In November of last year, the department had adopted a rule requiring districts to annually report on how instruction was provided, including on the history of African Americans, and so this bill essentially codifies those requirements. The bill also requires each district school board to submit an implementation plan for the required instruction to DOE for review and to post the plan on the school district's website. House Bill 633 repeals the class size reduction penalty that exists within the FEFP for schools that are exceeding class size maximums, but it maintains the requirement that Department of Education monitor compliance and require compliance plans for any districts that do exceed class size maximums. So they did away with the financial penalty, but you still have to meet the law, and if you don't, you have to have a compliance plan. And then separately, the bill provides that a student whose parent is on active military duty and is transferred within the state after the controlled open enrollment window ends can still enroll in any other school within the state. House Bill 733 relates to middle school and high school start times. The bill requires that by July 1 of 2026, middle schools may not begin earlier than 8 a.m. and high schools may not begin earlier than 8:30 a.m. Districts are also required to then inform the community, including parents, students, and teachers, about the health and safety impacts of sleep deprivation on high school and middle school students and the benefits of later school start times, along with strategies to successfully implement those later start times. A few things to note here. I think this will be an ongoing study by our transportation team, along with our school staff, in terms of how to best accommodate a new schedule. I know this board is very familiar with this issue and has looked at it on a number of occasions. I think most notably back in 2019, the board did a deep dive, and there was actually a public survey that was done and looked at a number of models. I think of all the cost neutral models that were considered at that time, there was only one that actually would comply with the new requirements of this bill. And when the district surveyed the public, so parents, teachers, community members on those proposals, 67% of them opposed that proposal. So there is some language in the appropriations bill requiring the Department of Education to further study this issue and actually partner with a handful of districts across the state to get a better understanding of what the implementation challenges could be, both in a financial sense, but also from just sort of a scheduling process. I know the district as well also has some challenges around length of school day, which aren't consistent at each grade school level, and so that makes it a little harder for us to just flip the bus schedule to accommodate the changes required in the bill. House Bill 891 creates a year-round school pilot program that DOE will also administer. DOE will create an application process to identify school districts interested in the program and select 5 school districts to participate. Those districts should represent a variety of demographics and include urban, suburban, and rural school districts. Upon completion of the program, then DOE is required to provide a report to the legislature to include data on participation, benefits of the program, barriers to implementation, and recommendations for statewide adoption. The program would begin a year from now and last for up to 4 years. House Bill 1035 makes a number of changes that impact teachers. First, it creates the teacher apprenticeship program as an alternative pathway to entering the teaching profession and authorizes a 5-year temporary apprenticeship certificate. It creates the dual enrollment educator scholarship program to assist high school teachers in obtaining their graduate degrees and credentials necessary to provide dual enrollment coursework on a high school campus. It creates the Heroes in the Classroom bonus program to provide a one-time signing bonus to retired first responders and veterans who become full-time classroom teachers. And for those folks to participate, it requires them to be eligible for a temporary or professional certificate and commit to teaching for a minimum of 2 years. And it requires the Commissioner of Education to conduct a comprehensive review of all existing federal, state, and local teaching training requirements by the end of this year and provide recommendations to the legislature for changes in the next legislative session. The bill also creates a Teacher's Bill of Rights to catalog many of the rights of teachers specified elsewhere in Florida statute regarding employment, continuing education, controlling their classroom, and directing classroom instruction. The bill establishes a new state-level administrative process to protect teachers who may be directed to violate state laws or rules. It does so by authorizing a teacher to request the Commissioner of Education appoint a specified special magistrate to recommend a decision for resolution to the State Board of Education. The State Board then can approve or reject that recommendation. And like we've seen in other contexts, any cost of the special magistrate process must be borne by the school district. Under the bill, when a student is sent by a teacher to the principal's office for behavioral issues, the principal must determine whether the student violated the code of conduct, and if the principal deviates from the teacher's recommended course of action, the principal must inform the teacher in writing of the basis for such deviation from their original recommendation. House Bill 1069, I think builds on or follows up to 2 bills that received a lot of attention last session. House Bill 1557, which was parental rights in education, and then House Bill 1467, which had to do with instructional and library materials. So this bill includes a requirement for specific terminology and instruction relative to health and reproductive education in schools, and requires that all materials used for that instruction be approved by the Department of Education rather than district school boards. It extends the prohibition on classroom instruction related to sexual orientation or gender identity to pre-kindergarten through grade 8. So the bill previously said grades kindergarten through 3rd. This is grades pre-kindergarten through 8. And the state board during legislative session took that even further and extended it out to all the way through 12th grade. The bill also prohibits district school boards from imposing or enforcing requirements that staff or students be referenced with pronouns that do not correspond with their biological sex. And then the bill makes a number of changes to the library classroom, library and instructional materials processes. So it requires district school board policies regarding objections to specific materials to include objections on the basis that the material depicts or describes sexual conduct. And material subject to certain objections must be removed from circulation within 5 days of receipt of the objection and until the completion of the objection process. Committees convened to review objections must include parents of students who would have access to those materials. Those meetings must be publicly noticed and open to the public, and parents have rights to would have the right to read passages from any material that is subject to objection. And if a school board were to deny the right to read the passage due to the content, then the school district shall discontinue the use of that material immediately. Additionally, if the school board determines that any materials depict or describe sexual conduct, contain content not suited to student needs and their ability to comprehend the matter presented, or contain content inappropriate for the grade level and age group for which the material is used, the use of such material should be discontinued for any grade level or age group for which such use is inappropriate or unsuitable. And then again, similar process that we've seen in the past in other contexts as well. A parent who disagrees with the district's determination on an objection may go to the Department of Education and ask for the appointment of a special magistrate to review the objection. And again, the cost of that process is borne by the school district. Lastly, the bill revises the annual reporting requirements regarding objections to materials by requiring the inclusion of the grade level and course from which the material was used, and a list of materials that were not removed or discontinued, along with the rationale for non-removal. And the district actually is in the process now, and I think the superintendent mentioned this earlier today, of reviewing a number of all of our classroom library materials. I think we have as many as 80 certified media specialists currently working on that review process, and sent out some guidance just yesterday on where we're at with that. And I think the new law will also require some additional revisions to policies that the board recently just passed related to this subject. House Bill 1125 adopts the Interstate Teacher Mobility Compact Model legislation into Florida law. So the compact establishes a regulatory framework to allow teachers with an eligible teaching license held in one compact state to be granted an equivalent license in another compact member state. And for the compact to go into effect, it must be adopted by 10 states before you can take advantage of it. Currently, Florida is one of 8 states that have adopted the compact, although there are as many as 12 or more additional states that have a similar bill pending. House Bill 1259 requires public school districts to share their discretionary capital millage outlay with eligible charter schools on a per student basis, per FTE basis. Currently, funding for charter school capital outlay is primarily provided by annually appropriated state funds. So this year, the legislature appropriated $213 million for charter school capital outlay. And so this will require, so charter schools will now have access to both those funds and also to the local 1.5 mils. To provide a transition period for the required sharing of that millage, the bill provides a 5-year glide path, so school districts will be required to share 20% in the first year, escalating 20% each year until in year 5 they're sharing 100% of the calculated amount. And in Orange County, it's estimated that the charter allocation then in year 1 will be around $3 million, and it increases to $17 million by year 5. And if for some reason the state no longer appropriates additional dollars for charter capital outlay, then the amount escalates to as much as $27 million annually going forward. House Bill 1537 addresses a wide array of education policy issues. It requires a statewide shift from professional development to something called professional learning, and requires the department to create a web-based marketplace of high-quality programs for teachers and educational staff. It adds required instruction on the history of Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders, and also on the history and significance of September 11th. Beginning this fall, the bill adds an additional measure to the school grades formula to include the percentage of eligible students who earn an achievement level 3 or higher on the grade 3 standardized ELA assessment. That number is already reported in our school grading formula. Now this is requiring it to be broken out and added effectively a second time. We're sort of double counting that information now in our school grades. And so that could have a particular outsized impact on schools that maybe have a low grade 3 ELA score. And then the bill also maintains the concordant scores needed to meet statewide assessments for graduation for a class of 2023. This was, I think, an issue that kind of came up late in the process, but was something that was particularly impactful for the district. It helped, I think, hundreds of additional OCPS seniors graduate this year. And I think it's probably worth acknowledging that I think the superintendent was engaged and very active in terms of advocacy with our delegation and legislative leaders on this issue and getting it fixed. Basically, it allowed our class of 2023 to be held to similar graduation standards that our previous 2 classes were held to, and gave them a little bit more flexibility in terms of meeting graduation requirements because so much of their high school career was disrupted by the pandemic. Additionally, the bill authorizes school districts to use the classic learning test for an annual district-wide administration and allows those students who take it to earn a concordant score to meet the requirements for Bright Future scholarships. Those students could also then use volunteer and paid work hours to meet Bright Future scholarships requirements. The bill also provides a rebuttable presumption in any disciplinary action that a student who intervenes using only the amount of force necessary to stop a violent act against other students, staff, or volunteers was necessary to restore or maintain the safety of others. House Bill 7039 aims to improve student outcomes by improving strategies to support pre-K through grade 5 students who are struggling in reading and math. Specifically, it directs the statewide focus for literary instruction in all public schools to employ the science of reading and requires phonics instruction as the primary instructional strategy for word reading rather than the 3 cueing model. It requires district reading plans to prioritize the assignment of highly effective teachers to K through 2 classrooms and the assignment of reading coaches to individual schools. It requires districts to identify and provide immediate tailored instruction to students in grades K through 4 who exhibit a substantial deficiency in math, and it expands the New World's Reading Initiative to pre-K students and provides K through 5 math scholarship accounts. So I will pause there for questions, comments from the board.
Absolutely. Let's begin with Member Gould.
Hello. Okay. So the stuff we knew would be more difficult, I think we've had a lot of discussion about, but some of the really good stuff, like the CTE stuff, I would like to talk about a little bit more. I'm wondering if we can go beyond the letter of the law and maybe do virtual tours. And this may be an explanation of how all career paths work, right? That if you do college, these types of careers, not only these careers open up to you, but in CTE, and then do a virtual tour of our CTE centers. This happens and often can lead to college later, or you could go right into the workforce, especially with the goal of having everyone certified in something by the time they leave school so that they have some options. But I think this is a wonderful time. And it would be great if that video could be produced by the students who are currently at one of the schools, either one of our magnet schools that has a TV production or through the CTE. I had a question in one of the slides, and I think it's around 16, I'm not positive. Arts replace the CTE. Could you clarify that a little bit more? Like you can swap it out? Did I hear that correctly?
Yes. So it modifies options to complete required credits to earn a high school diploma by replacing the practical arts option and the required credit in fine or performing arts with an option to complete 1 credit in CTE.
Those are not good choices. Those are not good choices. So do we have the flexibility to do both and meet the requirements? So if we wanted to maintain the arts credit, they could do that, but we add the CTE credit. Is that still staying within the statute? And you don't have to answer that right now, but could we investigate that and look at it? Because the arts, the practical arts and the performing arts are as important for their workforce skills as the option for CTE, which helps them kind of decide on the direction that they're going. So and I know we're already in a compressed education requirement model, but I would, in any way possible, want to advocate for us not giving up that arts credit for our kids. The other question I had was slide 11 about the VPK. And I love the idea of being able to not hold it against the child and hold them back. But since VPK is not required or offered globally, we could be holding a lot of kids in kindergarten and maybe doubling our kindergarten population, if I'm understanding this correctly.
Mr. Lagash, you want to comment on, can you comment on the
The
first?
retention
if
would
you-
happen in the VPK program to the extent students are enrolled and parents make that choice.
But wasn't it if they didn't meet the requirement for kindergarten? So if the kids don't meet the requirement for kindergarten and they've never had VPK, what are we doing with them?
It's not a requirement. It's not a requirement for them to meet to move on to kindergarten. This is strictly an option parents have available to them if they have enrolled their child in a VPK program, see that there are learning deficiencies or early literacy skill challenges, allows them to be retained without having to risk another retention when they get to third grade.
Okay, I love that, but what about all those kids that don't get access to VPK? How do we, Chair, the superintendent has a comment.
Dr. Vasquez, thank you.
So currently, when our students come to us entering kindergarten, we do an assessment to see level of skill attainment and where they are. And then for those students that are either above or below or at, they receive instruction, either remediation for those that are significantly behind, or they receive enrichment. Most of that is done either through an intervention block or through small group instruction as part of rotations that take place. Additionally, schools.
Whoa.
Additionally, parents.
Amy's back.
Dang it.
Yeah. We also have in our Title I schools, we also have some of them that have like a Jump Start program where the kids are invited to come in from the pre-K and do like a couple of days of getting acclimated into the kindergarten world. And we also have provided summer school to help some of those children that didn't quite meet the benchmarks during the school year. Some of them maybe those that did not have prior pre-K experience.
Excuse me, how long have we been doing those programs?
I would say that for many of them, we've been doing them for a number of years. The assessments that we are currently using now, I believe, are a bit more refined. We are also being much more consistent in how we go about making sure that those are done in a manner that allows us to have information early enough to start to provide interventions for the students. And part of that goes back to training on early literacy and how children acquire the skills they need to be able to learn how to read.
That's great. I'd love to see the statistics of those kids that have been through those remediations by the time they're in third grade, where they are. Because, and I know we have a new reading format that may have much better outcomes, so we might not be comparing apples and apples going forward. But I still worry about this VPK group that doesn't get VPK. They get into kindergarten, and we can't intervene enough with them. And then they get taken away from things that make school fun for them. So it's a big cycle. I'll get back in queue for the rest of my questions. Thanks.
Thank you, Member Gould. Vice Chair Gallo.
Thank you. Am I on? Yes. Okay. So first I want to say there was a lot of good things that came out of this legislative cycle. So we got DROP, we got some help with teacher retention. We expanded CTE, which we've been asking for forever. We got some flexibility within CTE, which makes us all happy because workforce development is the direction that we're heading. We have we had 7039, which was talking about student outcomes, and the science of reading, which helps us all do what we know is right for students. Within HB1, which you could argue for it or against it, there was a lot of deregulation language in there that's going to deregulate how school systems operate. which is going to be very important for us. And I know that the Department of Education is going to put together a work group. They're going to be asking for input from the community. They're going to be asking for input from the districts. So as a body, as a district, when that becomes available, we really need to push it out to our teachers and to our staff to make sure that they want to provide input, they would. I asked for who was going to be asked to be on that work group. They're getting back to me. We'll see how that goes. But I wasn't sure that there would be districts, there would be superintendents, there would be teachers, there would be people representative on the work group that could really speak to the deregulation and what's needed in public schools. So I'm super excited about that. Capital outlay, weren't we already sharing part of our referendum with the charters? We were not.
No. This is specifically capital outlay. We've been sharing the discretionary 1 mil that we use for operating, and we've been sharing that on a proportionate basis with the charters. But we have not. But the statute today allowed for districts to share charter capital outlay, but most districts do not.
Okay. HB1. My concern that I have with HB1, and I do think that they try to do a really good job with the funding piece. They at least listened to us when we came to them and we said, hey, we have issues. We've got to be able to project a budget. We've got to be able to do some things. They did give us some help in that direction, which I appreciate. My biggest concern with HB1 is we're going to lose sight of a lot of kids, because I think the first year that I don't know that students are really going to go to private schools. I think they're going to go more to homeschooling, because they can make money. And I'm not concerned about students that come from good homes. I'm concerned about students who are from abusive homes, and who will have eyes on those students, because that's a perfect breeding ground for them to take them out of school. They can homeschool them. Who's checking on that student? Like, who's going to be monitoring that student's okay and that student's not being abused? So I have concerns that this may harm some children, and so I'm hoping in the future, there'll be conversations. Maybe DCF, I don't know, but I hope there is some kind of conversation had about who's keeping eyes on the students, just to ensure that they're okay and they're healthy and they're being well taken care of it, because I think we all know there are parents and guardians that will abuse the system, and that concerns me greatly. And then there is, I think it's the 240 where we're not allowed to use pronouns.
1069.
Which one was that? No, 240 was a good one. 1069.
1069.
I have concerns about that. And I actually know the sponsor in the Senate. He's a nice guy. He's really, really a nice guy. But I just think, I think if we're for parental rights or we're not, and if we're telling parents they have a right to raise their child how they see fit, if a parent walks into a school and they want their child to be called a certain pronoun, I feel like that parent has the right to do so, and that was just taken away. Their right was just taken away to do that. And I do believe in my heart that will harm some of our students. And so for that, I'm sad. And I know that we have some challenges, and I know that this is a really tough session for you being up there. I didn't go up there as much as I used to, because it was tough. And so kudos to you and Scott and for all that y'all did, because when I was up there, y'all were working hard, and you were in offices, and you were having these conversations so that these bills that I just said we love now, it's in large part due to the work that y'all and Phil did to make sure that our voices were heard, so that the good stuff got added to the bills. So while there may be still stuff we don't like, I'm really concerned about a few of these bills I think will be concerning. But I just want to say I appreciate y'all, and I appreciate all the hard work, because I know you guys were double teaming and getting in there, especially with the FRS, and we were trying to make it known how much money that was going to cost us, and y'all did it. At the end of the day, that got excluded, and we're not going to be out millions and millions and millions of dollars, and it was because of y'all. So thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Member Castor-Dental. Just in the nick of time.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank Scott and Jason for being in Tallahassee. I think I have to say that every year that I concur with Angie, it's tough to be up there, but you did make a lot of impact, and I appreciate all the work, because just being there is work. So I just have a comment about HB 1069, and I guess that third bullet, it prohibits district school boards from imposing or enforcing requirements that staff or students be referenced with pronouns that do not correspond with biological sex. I did not realize that the law was that the school boards couldn't force a teacher to use a pronoun that the student prefers. Is that right? But they could do it. It's just the district couldn't tell them they had to.
Correct.
So
Yes.
it's really like the district cannot tell a teacher
That they either have to
that
or
they
that they
have
can't.
to or can't. Okay, so our district could say, you still have the ability to be respectful to your students, and if they choose or communicate to you that they prefer a different pronoun, it's okay for the teacher to use that pronoun. We're not going to force you one way or the other, but it is okay for a teacher to do that. Is that correct?
I would probably defer to general counsel, but I think that's running close to the policy.
I'm reading the bullet, so I don't know.
Yeah, the bullet is meant to sort of summarize, and it's not precise language, but
All right,
Yes.
Mr. Palmerini.
So from the statute itself, it says, "It shall be the policy of every public K-12 educational institution that is provided or authorized by the Constitution that a person's sex is an immutable biological trait, and that it is false to ascribe to a person a pronoun that does not correspond to such person's sex. This does not apply to individuals born with a genetically and biochemically verifiable disorder in sex development," and then it goes through a whole litany of it. So it's the policy of the state and for K-12 institutions that that sex is an immutable trait, and it's based upon biological sex at birth. I think that's the intent of the law it's written, and I don't think, and we'll be happy to look at this again, but I don't think in the legislative history that it was the intent to allow a school board to say, you can call a student the pronoun that they choose that doesn't match up with their biological sex at birth. I think that's the intention of it.
I do think
Can
that
I
was.
interject, just because when you brought this up, I pulled it up. It does say that an employee or a contractor of a K-12 institution may not provide to a student his or her preferred title or pronoun. And it says a student may not be asked by an employee contract to provide their pronoun, so we can't ask them to. But I was pretty sure that I read that while we can't require a teacher or threaten an employee with their employment, that they're not prohibited from using the pronoun. We just can't make it a condition of their job. So I just want to, again, I was trying to read this quickly when you were going over it.
That was the discussion that was had in the legislature, that if two students said that this would be my preferred pronoun and the other student chooses to call them that, that is entirely left to their discretion. The same thing between two staff members. It's simply that the policy from the district cannot be to either mandate it or to prohibit it as.
Oh, here's where it says it, an
Well,
employee
in committee,
contractor.
that question was asked. So in committee, there was a question that was asked of the sponsor, and the question was, if a parent comes to a school and would like to use the affirming pronouns for that student, would they be allowed to do so? And the sponsor in the House, unless that changed, said no. No.
But
They
that's
could
what he
not
said.
require every other student or staff member to refer to him by those pronouns, but if individual students choose to refer to them that way, then that is entirely allowed.
So the teacher, if she chooses to, could use the affirming pronouns.
Yes.
Okay, that's great news, because I understood it differently.
Yeah, the language is.
It gets into tricky, I think it's tricky, but
Can I read you that
Sure.
pertinent language? An employee, contractor, or student of a public K-12 educational institution may not be required as a condition of employment or enrollment or participation in any program to refer to another person using that person's preferred personal pronoun if the pronoun does not correspond. So neither a student, an employee, or a contractor employee can be required to use it. there's nothing that I've read that says that they cannot choose to use it.
Right.
It does
May-
make it clear that the adult cannot ask the
Right.
students to use a pronoun. But in terms of the student's right, excuse me, I don't see anything, regardless of what the sponsor might have meant, if you and John would take just really, you guys go through and scrub this thing down and make sure we're all clear, because I'm
Certainly.
just reading it real quickly, but that part seems to be enabling, but not, we can't require it.
Right.
That's a really important distinction.
My time is up. Thank you.
I'm sorry. Okay, did you run out? Did we all use up your time? We're gonna. That's all. Okay, that was a good question. All right. Member Gould.
So I had one left on page 25 or slide 25, the rebuttal act of violence. So we've had a lot of discussion about that up here, about, trying to protect oneself or protect someone else. How are we going to implement that and make that clear for our code of student conduct? And that it was slide 25. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah. How are we going to do that? So the fourth bullet provides a rebuttal presumption in any disciplinary action that a student who intervenes using only the amount of force necessary to stop a violent act against student, staff, or volunteer was necessary to restore or maintain the safety of other students. So if I'm jumped by somebody and I begin to fight back to get someone off of me, or I jump in to protect my friend, help.
Dr. Vasquez?
We have added language to the code to incorporate this. So
So
you'll
how
see
will
that.
you, I think I'm more concerned about how it will get trained and benchmarked than I am about language, right? Because I can see a lot of appeals coming to us if it is not clear with examples and well thought out scenarios. I mean, you can never think of everything, but to keep it consistent.
Well, consistency is the key word. We will train as we do every summer. Our team will provide guidance. As you know, we have centralized discipline for the start of this new school year, effective July 1st, and that I believe is going to assist with having consistency across the board. Obviously, there's going to be a lot that goes into the statements, witnesses, and how we will determine what is the appropriate amount of force necessary. And that will be something that our team will continue to work with other districts and with DOE. We have a very close relationship with Julie up in Tallahassee whenever there's questions about the code and implementation. And we rely on their support as we are trying to interpret and making sure that we are affording due process and that we are interpreting the code appropriately.
All right, thank you.
Anything else? Okay, Member Byrd.
The House Bill 1, the savings accounts, or whatever the actual name is for them, what was the discussion around that about how they are going to be monitored, or are they going to be monitored, these accounts? When these parents get this money, do they have to show what they're spending the money on And does the money have to be spent by the end of the year, or how does that work?
So there's the funds are set up into essentially an individual savings account, but it's all on a reimbursement basis. So you have to provide documentation of how you're spending the funds. If you're using it for a private school, the funds need to be drawn down for purposes of private school before they can be used for anything else. The process will be administered much like it is today through Step Up for Students and other scholarship organizations in the state that provide a lot of the administrative support for implementation of those, how those dollars move around. There is a cap on how many dollars can be in the account. So if you're accumulating the scholarship on an annual basis but not drawing down all of the funds, there is a cap both in the education option, so this is sort of the standard scholarship, but also in the unique ability scholarship, so that you can't just accumulate funds perpetually. And then there is also, I think, a provision where when you can use those things, they carry over, so they would carry over then from year to year.
Okay, thank you. That clarifies, because there is a lot of discussion I hear in the public about that they're just getting this money, but it's not really like they're getting an $8,000 savings account that they have. I mean, they have to actually, they have to, like, okay, like if you're homeschooling, okay, they have to actually submit a reimbursement for, like, say, the textbooks or the curriculum they're using, and then they get reimbursed.
DOE is supposed to set up or identify sort of a marketplace in which that they can be purchasing some of these things if it's specific items. But in terms of services, yeah, I mean, some of this is going to be difficult from a transparency and accountability standpoint to know what the service is if you're just seeking reimbursement for payment. You know, I know we've heard in the past in some contexts, you know, students might use like equine therapies. Is that an acceptable service, for example? And I don't
Well,
know
I'm
that
thinking food. Can they?
Yeah, I don't know that food has been listed as an acceptable, but you're right. And when we think about the things that a public
Electricity.
school is providing to students potentially, it does open the door to other things. Sure.
Yeah, okay. And then the only other thing, I saw that they are allowing students now to combine work hours and volunteer hours for Bright Futures. That's great. Do we have is there anything in that statute, or is there any discussion on, I know that some schools have their own ways to decide what counts and what doesn't count for those hours. Is there anything in the statutes that outline? And the reason I'm asking is some schools ask for work, you have to provide a paycheck stub. I don't know if all schools do that, but I know some schools do. Is that something that's in statute? Because I know that there are paid jobs that don't get paycheck stubs, like tutoring or babysitting, private work. So I'm just wondering if that's in statute, or is that just something that's a district decision?
I suspect that's probably a rule, some sort of rule-making requirement, but I can go back and look, unless others know with some certainty.
Please.
So that's partially correct, that there are things that come from the rule, but that is an area that we are working on to have more consistency across the district with what's required, so that there's not more of a burden on one group of students that at another school. And so the team will work to provide that. And I'm looking at Mary, I'm not sure that it will be ready to go by the start of the school year, but, oh, it will, thank you. And then we're also looking, I believe, Member Byrd, you brought up the app, I think Hillsborough is using. So we're looking to see how we can make the process as easy as possible and still comply with the requirements of the rule.
Member Felder.
I think after listening, when you put your thing, and all of the, sometimes the same conversations are had. But I was concerned after going to Winter State Conference, and we talked about these bills. One of my concerns about like the vouchers that people are going to be getting, how well are they going to really do the check and balance? Because some people, you know, may think that what $8,000 or more dollars is like a free fall, and that's not. My concern is that people really understand, or is that how closely monitored with this check and balance? Because they said something about you just don't, you have the specific things like for tuition at schools, if you need taking AP classes or tutoring, how is that going to be managed? And then the fact that if an event that the student has to come back for for whatever reason, gets put out the private school, whatever, has to come back, you know, is there guarantee after the FTE counts has been made, will we be able to get money for that student? They say that we can. Are we sure? You know what I'm talking about? Once the kid leaves and then we're not accounted for them, and then they get put out the private school, how is that going to be checked to make sure that we will get the funds that we need to pay for that student to return? I'm just concerned that it just seems kind of unfair, even though they say that it's coming. We listened to this legislator that came to our meeting. I wrote on everything she said, but, you know, I'm just concerned that we're going to be caught with not enough funds because students are coming back, and then some of these parents who may not have the education of understanding really what to do with that money and whether they'll get it. And it's just, I'm just concerned about the check and balance.
Yeah, so you presented a number of good issues there. I think in terms of the dollars, the accounts are supposed to be funded to match the calendar year and the FTE count, so that those students who elect a scholarship aren't getting all of the dollars on day one. So in the sort of the scenario you described, where a student starts off in a private school or in a homeschool setting and chooses to come back to public school at some point during the course of the academic year, then we would be able to account for them and hopefully at some point shortly thereafter then pick up their funding stream that they would otherwise have forfeited by relinquishing the scholarship. So on that issue, there is a mechanism to try to get the dollars to follow the student a little more closely. I think there's some concern from the district's perspectives about how well that will actually happen.
That's my concern.
And then separately, I should note too, the legislature did set aside an additional $350 million in reserve funds in the event that there's a particularly high sort of, I'll say, subscription rate to the scholarships, and so that they have underestimated the number of scholarship students. Typically, that would ultimately result in some level of proration to districts, so they've set aside this money to prevent any sort of proration so that districts are essentially held harmless in terms of changes to per student funding.
Okay, thank you.
Member Salamanca.
Thank you, Chair. Okay, I have a couple. I'll try to go through as many I can. Page 7. So, can you elaborate on this? Like, what notification requirements are we talking about?
So these are, so in middle school, it's for students' personalized academic and career plans. And so those have to include now information on career and technical education graduation pathway programs and other work-based learning opportunities. And then at the high school level, it's notification on acceleration options to include information on career education and planning, work-based learning options again, and then soft skill credentialing programs.
Okay. That's that. And then for page 9, that's SB 240. The bullet point says requires districts to provide high school students with at least one work-based learning opportunity. This can be curriculum, it can be classes, it could be any, like, it doesn't have to be like internship-based or.
I'd have to go back and look at how it's specifically defined, but I think typically work-based is some sort of off-site work
Offsite.
opportunity, yeah.
Got it. Okay, I'm just curious on kind of how we're gonna implement that. Because at least one work-based learning opportunity, obviously if it's individualized, is that gonna go through guidance counselors? Like, I'm just thinking on the requirement of at least one student. Okay. HB, hold on. How's the other one? I can't read my own handwriting. Okay, 1069, where is that one? Yeah, so on this one, I would love some legal clarification as well on the third bullet point. Imposing and enforcing is very different than just using pronouns if the student, parent, and teacher are all on the same page. And I think we're gonna get a lot of questions about that particular case. So teacher, parent, student, requesting pronoun for that student. I read through the statute, I just don't see anything saying we can't, so I just want to make sure.
Is that coming
Yeah.
towards me?
Like-
So, Madam Chair, may I?
Of course. Thank you, Mr. Pomeroy.
So you're looking, the first part of the statute says it's the policy of the K-12. So we're going to have to adopt a policy that says sex is basically, it's false to ascribe sex as something other than what's in biological sex at birth. So then you go down to subsection 2, which says an employee, contractor, or student may not be required as a condition of employment or enrollment or participation in any program to refer to another person using that person's preferred personal pronoun. So yes, you can't force an employee to.
No, I get the force.
Right.
It's the reverse of that.
No, and I get it. There's obviously this legislation is not the most clear thing in the history of the world, but I think you have to look at it in totality. So then you have the subsection 3. An employee may not provide to a student his or her preferred pronoun. So any one of our teachers can't say, my preferred pronoun is X. And then subsection 4 says, a student may not be asked by an employee or contractor to provide his or her preferred pronoun. So the teacher can't say, would you prefer to be referred to as he or she? Can't do it. And then number 5 is probably going to clear up a lot of this, because then number 5 says, the State Board of Education may adopt rules to administer this section. So I would suspect that coming very soon here, the State Board would engage in rulemaking to describe what will or will not be allowed under this statute. And I hesitate to speculate as to what they would do, but they could make it very clear that personal pronouns are going to be based on biological sex at birth, or they could give some wiggle room. Don't know, but I would assume they would engage in rulemaking rather quickly on this.
Okay, and then last one is for the superintendent at HB 891, number 17, the year-round school pilot program. Just context on how that impacts us. Do we have a?
We did not volunteer.
We
I know
did
you're
not volunteer for
disappointed, but we did not volunteer to be a part of that pilot.
Okay. I wanted to double, triple check. Okay, I have one more, but I'll come back.
All right, thank you. We'll come back around. Okay. Member Farran.
Okay, so mine is on page 2. When we're just looking at the budget summary, it says, the second line says total number of students, what we had at the end of this year, and then what we're projecting. That 7,000 more or less increase, is that actual students we're expecting to come into our schools, or is that going to be from HB1?
Yeah, that's total new students coming into the FEFP, so that could be homeschool students who haven't been accounted for previously that would be taking scholarships, private school students who now are eligible for scholarships, and then new students coming into the district. I think our district number was somewhere like 1,200 students.
Okay.
in terms of
okay.
new students coming into the district itself.
Great. So I think just for the public to understand that those are not students coming in, sitting into our classrooms, and money that is for students in our classrooms for whatever reason. And those are things I think we need to continue working with the legislators and asking them to separate. I think they need to separate that completely, the same way we have FLVS, and that's totally separate. And if somebody chooses to do FLVS, there's they have their own bucket of money. And I think the same thing needs to happen here with anyone who is doing family empowerment, or not empowerment, but the step up type funding, the grants. That should be coming from a different bucket. That way there isn't confusion, because right now in the public they feel like money is being taken from the public schools, where they're just funneling it in here to make it seem easier on their end, but it's more complicated on our end. So I just wanted to clarify that. And then love page 9 with the CTEs. I think all of us are excited about that and the workforce. I did have a question on page 16 with the high school and middle school start times. Is this something that's 100% required then by 2026?
The way the law is written, every district must comply by July 1 of 2026. Again, there were some dollars in the budget for DOE to look at the issue, I think, more closely, recognizing that there are many districts who will have a number of challenges in meeting that requirement. So hopefully that study will provide some, I think, clarity around the feasibility of actually having every district comply by that date.
Okay, because I think that's another one that I think would be nice to be able to speak with, or at least advocate for that, to not be required. Because if that is something that our constituents are not in favor of, the high schoolers are saying, no, I'd rather just get there early and be able to get out so that we can go to work and have after school activities and such. I haven't spoke to any high schooler that wants to go in late and get out really late. So I think that's something maybe, I don't know if you do that, or I mean, I'll be doing that on my own.
Lobby for us.
But that would be something, and maybe even parents could be sending in, high schoolers you could write in. Okay, my last one was page 26, the science of reading, that HB 7039, is that right? Love it. Love, love, love. And so I think we're on the right track with that. We've already, we're implementing that early reading, but making sure that every single one of our schools and the teachers are getting that education from the science of reading. I love the Read Foundation and what they provide, that information, but we're seeing huge results, and I think if we can get kids reading, we're going to see math levels go up. If you can't read, you can't do your math well, and I think reading is key. So that's probably the one I'm most excited about, but that's it.
Thank you, Member Ferrant. Following up on your comments about the school start times, I think it would be very helpful. The state is, as I understood you saying, is going to be reaching out to some districts to provide input. And I'm sure other districts have done similar as we, but I'm not sure. In polling our students and really evaluating this, I think we had a team that went to, I want to say, Seattle to look at their model, and some of the things that we learned, besides the opposition, as you mentioned, from our surveys, but also the challenge, even if we had enough money to change the schedule so that it didn't have to disrupt everybody, we would end up with, Mr. Pacheco's in the back of the room and they did the research on this, we would end, what did I just say? The busing, yeah. What they found was that we would have to have less than a full day schedule for bus drivers if they don't have all 3 shifts, in which case it's hard enough to find bus drivers right now, but finding bus drivers to work less than a full-time job was going to be another challenge that I think, until you get into the weeds the way our team did, that doesn't occur to you. So it would be really great if we could have input into that and provide the legislature. I'm glad to see that they slowed down enough to say, let's ask questions, let's make sure before implementation. But it would really be, I think, pivotal for us to be able to provide that input. And so, Member Ferrant, in terms of your talking to people, spending some time with Mr. Pacheco and his team, if you haven't already, to get well-versed on all that they learned. Just for the record, the whole board was 100% in favor of the idea of not starting that early, in terms of we don't think that's the best thing for our high school students. But the idea of starting really late wasn't a great idea either. And what we preferred was starting them like at 8 or 8:30, but we could not make the schedules work financially, and because of the challenges with getting bus drivers, unless we altered it in a way that there was so much lack of support. But anyway, they can go into a lot more detail. But if you are going to be advocating on behalf of that, spending a little time just to have really the best knowledge. I learned so much as they went through this study about things that I don't think we'd even considered. So good job, Mr. Pacheco, to you and your team on that. The other comment I wanted to make, Mr. Palmerini, I definitely see where you're coming from in terms of I think it's 1069 and the language in the beginning that says that basically it's false to ascribe a different pronoun. And then the later language that doesn't prohibit it, as long as we don't require it, and why you think it will be decided in rulemaking, and all of that makes all the sense in the world. Your perspective and insight on that. The one question I have for you is, not us, obviously, but would parents have standing to challenge the rulemaking if they felt that it was not consistent with the statute?
Yes.
All right, thank you, sir. Thank you. All right, yes, I think parents, yeah, because, I think it's an arguable conclusion to reach that it's not permissible, but I do see the language that Mr. Palmerini points out in the beginning. I can see that moving forward. I think it's, like I said, I think it's debatable, and I would like to think that with our state's focus on parental rights, that there would be an opportunity for parents to have that right, to assert that right, and to advocate for that right. And I just wanted to know if Mr. Palmerini thought that, because I certainly wouldn't think that would be our right from what we've learned about our rights, but thank you. Okay, Member Salamanca? No, that's me.
Mine is going to be super quick.
Take over.
Okay, page 22, HB 1125. Who are the states that have adopted this? Do you have the list?
I do, actually. In addition to Florida, Colorado, Kansas, Kentucky, Nebraska, Nevada, Oklahoma, and Utah.
Got it. Okay, thank you. That was it.
Thank you. I would like to propose that we give John a hydraulic chair like the podium, so that when he speaks, he could rise, like rising from the ashes, so that we can look at him. I think that would be a great use. Okay, all kidding aside, I did have questions. In 1069, where the instruction, the legislature moved it up to 8th grade, didn't the State Board of Education already move that up to 12th grade? So
They did.
So
Yep.
that law is really kind of null and void, because it's really it's confusing, because it's really up to 12th grade.
It is, yeah. They implemented that rule while the bill was still moving through the process, and the legislature didn't further amend it.
Okay, that's what I thought. Okay, and then the classic learning test, is the Department of Education going to be working on that concordance score this summer? Do you know was there discussion around the concordance score and who was going to set the concordance score?
I suspect that would be the department, yes. I don't know that they've finalized
give a
what
timeline?
what that is yet, no.
And then going back to high school start times. I'm sorry. So I'm sorry, ma'am.
Please.
So our team did attend a meeting, and they are looking at a 2-year rollout of this program, including the assessment. So sometime within the next 2 years.
Wonderful. I'm all for giving our students another opportunity with another concordance score. High school start times, and like the chair said, we all agree that, and the research is very clear that starting students later is beneficial to them. It's just how do we get there? I was surprised to find out at FSBA that there's multiple districts, granted that they're small, so they don't have the challenges we do here in Orange, that do start later already. And there was even some districts that are running a 4-tier bus system. 4-tier. And I was like, how are you doing that? And there are some school districts that have use coaches to bus. I'm just throwing it out here because Mr. Pacheco's in the back of the room. They use coaches. They ask coaches if they want to be bus drivers. And they ask teachers, custodian workers, anybody that they can use. They're throwing that out there. And they will, and this would be hard in Orange County, but they will actually use one bus for multiple sites. So in, like, for example, you have Columbia and Corner Lake next to each other. They would have a bus that would go to Columbia and Corner Lake, thus kind of reducing traffic time. I don't know if any of that would work, but anyways, it was a very interesting conversation that we had. On the 1537, the third grade counting twice, was there discussion around the reasoning for that? Because in my mind, I'm thinking at our A schools, it would probably help them maintain the A, because that bottom 25, there's measurements in that bottom 25 that already get counted twice that hurt us. So that could help some schools, correct? It would just hurt our schools that struggle with those third grade reading scores.
This was an issue that was pointed out at a number of committee stops. There was never sort of a clear justification for why they thought that they were needed to double count it. I think there was an intent to provide more clarity around this specific metric because of how important it is to student development and success. DOE did run, I think, some modeling based on this change, and I think found, and I don't have the specific numbers in front of me, but the number of schools that changed letter grades either went up or went down was like 10 or 11 went in one direction and 10 or 11 went in the other direction statewide. So it was, from their perspective, in a very small amount that were affected by the change. The idea is just to highlight more specifically school performance on that issue.
Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. And then for HB1, there was the choice navigators. I know that language stayed in the bill, but it was kind of watered down. So homeschoolers, do they have to use choice navigator? It's just an option for them now, correct?
It's an option available to those students who participate in the personalized education program, which is essentially a homeschool type program that students can then tap into the scholarships for.
But it's optional.
It is optional, yes. That was something that the homeschool community pushed back on quite heavily.
But they still are required to take some type of norm reference test at the end of the year. So there is accountability.
That was a requirement to participate in the program and receive the scholarship, although it was less than clear what happened after they took the test and reported the score. There wasn't any sort of follow-up or accountability or anything beyond that. They simply had to take it and report it.
Okay, so we were at, and I'll go quickly because I'm about up. Representative Tuck, who was a sponsor of the bill, talked to FSBA, and she said that she understands there's some concerns around HB1 and that they're monitoring it, and she felt very comfortable that there would be changes made as they see kind of what bubbles to the top. So I just wanted to throw that out there.
Okay. At this point, I have Member Castor Dental queued up. Is there anybody I have bypassed? Okay. Doesn't mean you can't jump in, but Member Castor Dental.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Back to House Bill 1069. Is there any language in there or consequence or pronoun police force mentioned, or how is that going to be determined when it's violated?
There's not any language in there in terms of how you sort of enforce the provisions specifically. I think there was some concern raised from a number of parents that you could be in a position where a student who has been attending school and been referred to you by certain pronouns can no longer be referred to as those pronouns. And so up until this point, students, staff have only known them one way, and you could effectively be outing them in some fashion. And so there's some real concerns about that, but nothing sort of to otherwise, I think, get to your point about how we know who is actually, I guess, being honest about biological sex and the use of their pronouns.
Okay, so I have to agree with, I think it was Member Gallo who mentioned, was it parents' rights? I mean, it seems like a protection could be the student-parent-teacher agreement, the parents' rights to assert that my child is allowed to be addressed by their preferred pronoun as they've been referred to, as a way to protect the teachers. But I'm thinking that I wouldn't put it past the governor to call a special session just to fix this one bill. But I would hope that there is some grace and understanding of the humanity of our students and the fear within our faculty. And I hope that we can address this in a responsible way. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Casterdono. Member Byrd.
Yeah, I think this is basically for maybe those staff that are not comfortable with it, or students that are not comfortable, that they don't have to be forced to use a pronoun. But my question is, if you are using the wrong or not using the preferred pronoun that a student wants and a parent wants of their child, I would assume that those are those could be some pretty serious federal violations. I'm looking. See, this is when we need the chair. I'd be pushing the up button right now, right? I'm assuming this is a whole mess just waiting to happen, right? Okay, that's what I thought. I just don't understand how are we, and why are we in this situation anyway? So have to balance this, federal protections and this. I don't understand. But I could definitely see, and I'm thinking in my mind's eye, people that we've heard at board meetings that, I'm sure there are people that will say, well, that's not what my paper here from the district says that you are. I'm not using that pronoun. And then they feel protected now because of this law, and I'm just so scared for our kids. But anyway.
All right. Thank you, Member Byrd. Ready to move on.
Okay. So just a handful of bills related to information technology services and data privacy. SB 258 directs the Department of Management Services to create a list of prohibited applications that present a security risk potentially to public employers' information technology systems. So public employers, which includes school districts, have to block access to those prohibited applications on their networks. Districts also must restrict access to prohibited applications on any district-issued device and retain the ability to remotely uninstall those applications. DMS is working then to compile a list of applications and then also establish some procedures for granting or denying waiver requests in certain circumstances. I think the district already has a number of internet filters in place to block out some applications, and so I think we'll have to simply look at the list that DMS comes up with and make adjustments accordingly. HB 379 Sort of a related bill, it takes steps to ensure the safety of students while accessing the internet at school. It requires public schools to provide instruction for students in grades 6 through 12 on the social, emotional, and physical effects of social media, and for DOE to make social media safety instructional materials available online, and for districts to notify parents of its availability there. It requires district school boards to adopt an internet safety policy for student access to the internet provided by the school district. And it requires districts to prohibit students from accessing social media platforms through internet access provided by the district, except under certain circumstances when it's necessary for educational purposes. The bill specifically requires districts to prohibit the use of TikTok on district-owned devices, as well as through internet access provided by the district and as a platform to communicate or promote any district, school, or activity. And then lastly, the bill requires district's code of student conduct to prohibit the use of mobile devices during instructional time, except when expressly directed by a teacher and specifically for educational purposes. Again, I think our IT services already restricts a number of social media sites for students and for staff on district-issued devices, but we'll review those with our existing internet filters, and then I believe that the revisions to the Code of Student Conduct already include an updated internet policy to comply with this law. Senate Bill 662 creates the Student Online Personal Information Protection Act to restrict the operator of a website or an online service provider used for K-12 school purposes from collecting, disclosing, or selling student data, or from using student data to engage in targeted advertising. And there are some limited exceptions for under federal state law that require disclosure or for specific K through 12 school purposes. Those are the bills on information services. I can stop there, or I can keep going if they're.
Let's stop there. We have a couple of questions, and then, given the hour, I think we need to take a lunch break. And all right, well, all right. Okay, we have 3 questions. All right. Superintendent, you, Amy, and I have been overruled, I think. All right.
Jason, how many slides do you have after this one?
Yes, thank you.
I have roughly 20, but I think these, I don't want to
They're quick.
speculate, but I think we can get through most of them pretty quickly. I know the sort of
One
the
question.
most
All right,
contentious bills have been
Member
addressed.
Okay, thank you so much. And we may have, I'm on, okay, thank you. We may have talked about it, but I do recall when we were at a meeting back in Tampa when one of the legislators came to share with us the HB 379, the TikTok, and the technology and the restriction on children in the public schools, but they were not going to have unless it's changed. He said, I forgot the senator's name. Yes, he said that they would not have the restriction for private schools. And I said, well, that sounds sort of unfair. Like, public school students won't have access, but private schools, but then they still at some point fall under the jurisdiction a little bit of state statute as it relates to policies and procedures for education. So my concern is in the democracy in which we live, because I still believe in that. That's very unfair. I'm just expressing my thoughts on that. The public school children, I'm not a fan of TikTok, but I do know people use TikTok for various reasons and teaching things and so forth. But you're going to restrict public school children from it, but not private. I have an issue with that. You're going to restrict it all. And I just feel like, well, then leave it alone if you can't do both. But I just want to express that, thought.
If I could, just 2 quick points
Yes.
there. I mean, as you know well, there are a number of provisions in law that apply to public schools that don't apply to private schools. And secondly, I think here specifically, the justification is that TikTok being what is perceived as a Chinese-owned or operated website and application has some additional data and cybersecurity threats that some other applications may not. And because this is a government paid for, provided wireless network, internet service, or government-issued device, that there are some safety concerns with data privacy there that don't exist in private school. HB1 notwithstanding.
I know that's a rationale, but we're gonna give them, the government is gonna give them vouchers for $8,000. I mean, the government is giving them money. So they're gonna function off some of the money I'm just vetting right now, but, that seems so very unfair. Because they're gonna get money from vouchers, this coming from government funds, but yet it's just it's unfair. Yeah, it's discrimination, but anyway. Okay.
Thank you, Member Felder. Member Gould.
So I'm going to work my way backwards. On the operator, restricts operator of websites, online services, blah, 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 from appealing to kids, and the data collection. What about things like sports, tutoring, arts? How do we make sure they have access to enrichment programs that we may not operate, but have partners, the YMCA, the Boys and Girls Club? How do we distinguish that, and is there a mechanism within the law to do that?
I think this is in the context of services that the district would contract for, and so in our agreements with those potential service providers, we need to be able to restrict their access to our student data for purposes
Okay.
of targeted advertising and some of these other things.
So it doesn't mean they can't share their opportunity, they just can't collect the data, and we can regulate the kind of information they're sharing with the students?
Yeah, I think
Okay.
what you're going to see is kind of uniform agreements the districts require of these service providers going forward.
Okay.
Madam Chair, if I may, Member Gould, we already have very strong restrictions in our template contracts about that, so.
Yeah, and I knew that. I was just worried this was going to lock down, knowledge of I need help, with my math, and now I can't even. I assume our PI partners are covered in this and have a way to still be a resource for our students. Because I don't want to take away resources either, because we can't do it all for the student. The delivery of social media, Ed, I know we do a lot of that in the mental health, so I'll be interested in hearing, this isn't a question, I'll just be interested in hearing what additional educations and how we're going to kind of check on the social emotional learning, that I didn't think we were allowed to use those words anymore, but the social emotional impacts, how will we check on that kind of mid-year? I mean, I don't know, or along the way. So that is for future. And then wasn't there legislature about no cell phones in the classroom?
Yes.
And did that pass? I thought it did.
That's included here, so it's
Okay.
part of the required part of a district's student code of conduct.
Okay, I missed that. I'm sorry, I must have zoned out for a second. So the cell phones will need to be tucked away all day long unless.
Teachers would have the ability to designate an area of the classroom for their use for specific educational purposes, but beyond that, you're correct.
Okay, perfect. Great. I actually like that. Thanks. Bye.
Thank you, Member Gould. Vice Chair.
Thank you. So I'll be very brief. 379, it goes into effect in 2 weeks. So I guess my question might be for the superintendent, because this sounds like, and maybe it's not, I'm not an IT person, this sounds like we have a lot to do. Will we be ready for that to go into effect by July 1st, 2023? Parameters of 379 with all the preventing all the social media platforms and what this bill requires?
May I, Madam Chair? Yes, we will. The team has been working on it, and I don't know all the technicalities, but to be able to restrict access while they're on our network is not as difficult as it sounds.
Will there be restricted access? Will we be blocking internet servers or not cellular service into our buildings? Like, will we be blocking? Would the service be blocking actual cell signals into? So if a student has a cell phone on campus and they're on their cellular data, they can still access all the social media platforms.
Correct. Well, there's a couple of parts to that. So first, the fourth bullet is on district-owned devices. So on our devices, they're not able to access, but on their own device, they can. And I don't believe, deferring to the two wonderful gentlemen here, that we're not blocking their capability to use their own network while in our schools, correct? Yeah.
But if they have their own device and they're on our Wi-Fi, we will block it. So basically, every child who has a cell phone with cellular data will still have access to all the social media. Yes.
And remember that we are bringing back to the board a recommendation from the Discipline Task Force about cell phone usage.
Wasn't there a bill that passed that limits cell phone usage too?
That's this one, 379.
Okay. I
Yep.
thought that. Okay. I'm sorry, I wasn't. My that's all I have. Thank you so much.
Yeah. You done? Okay. Member Salamanca?
Thank you, Chair. Are there, okay, no, forget it. Doesn't matter. Page 30. It's the next one. What data are we talking about here? Do you know the specifics? There's all kinds of data, right? There's like Social Security all the way to email. Do we have a sense of what data?
I can go back and look at the bill. I don't know that the bill defined the data. I think this is going to be something probably in rulemaking.
Got it. Okay. Because I think there is a couple of companies who just want emails. Like newsletter is just an email. And there's there's the question of, is email actually data? Or obviously there's like name, address, cell phone. And so I'm curious because I think there has been some confusion in some districts that I've heard on the procurement side on what we consider student data and if emails is enough. And I just want to know because I know a lot of tech companies that just use the email, and I'm concerned there's a lot of the ones we have that just use email.
I'm not prepared to respond as to whether student email is considered data. That's something that we would probably defer to legal and IT to discuss and then come back with.
God, I wasn't sure we had a list.
But currently, I don't believe that we consider it data.
Okay. Thank you. That's all.
Member Ferrant?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, so mine was on, it was page 29 regarding the social, emotional, and physical effects of social media. And I think it's something I had spoken to Dr. Vasquez about before, but in one of our schools, we had a speaker come in and speak just specifically to the parents, and it was regarding social media and the effects of that, the consequences of using social media, good or bad. And she was phenomenal. And I would love to see somebody like her be able to come in and maybe even just speak to our principal leaders, if that's, maybe what we could afford, or it'd be awesome to have her come in and speak to individual students as well in a group setting. But having information that she's given, if it was given to the principal leaders, for instance, we could then take that information and create our own sort of, I don't even know if it's curriculum, but sort of something that we could then give to the students, because I think it really is vital, and not just for students, but for staff. We already had an issue this year with the effects of social media. And I think just allowing everybody to realize that there are consequences, good or bad, of using social media, and just how we got to kind of look in the future. And so that was really just my thoughts on that one.
Thank you, Member Byrd.
I just want to get some clarification on the social media real quick, because it clearly obviously prohibits TikTok, but then it says the other ones prohibit and prevent students except when necessary for educational purposes. Does that mean that they are not going to be blocked? The other platforms, Facebook, Twitter, whatever, that they are not going to be blocked on our servers, or that we're just supposed to discourage the use of it? Can I get clarification? Thank you.
We'll send clarification to the board on that.
Yeah, I think in general, there was some discussion around if you're in some sort of career preparation type course, is LinkedIn an appropriate site for you to be able to access in the context of that course?
Okay, and the reason I was just asking is just since we are strongly encouraging schools to be using social, Facebook and Twitter to promote and advertise, I'm just wondering how we would restrict it or block it.
Member Salamanca.
Yeah, so the exception of when necessary for educational purposes, I also would want some clarification. I know some teachers sometimes might say, there's certain assignments they can't do in school because of internet, and they don't feel now, and with some of the new rules, they don't feel comfortable asking the students to do it on their phones in the classroom because they're not supposed to have their phones. But historically, many teachers would say, hey, you can't look this up here, but can you go on your phone? Whether we agree with them doing that or not, it has happened, and some of the assignments are great assignments, but I'm just curious on the exception, and just also when some teachers do want to use social media for educational purposes, how, is there an exemption? Is there some process for them to be able to do it? Obviously, we maybe pre-approve some of that curriculum, but the all or nothing is interesting.
Dr. Vasquez.
So for what we typically do when we have any type of legislation that comes down, we first of all wait for guidance from DOE that further clarifies what this means, and then from there we derive the guidance that we send out and help our schools disseminate and train. That will be what happens with this particular, with HB 379. I know when we were in Tampa last week, we had questions about this, and DOE was vague on their response, and that further guidance would be coming as it relates to this. But it is very challenging because some, especially at the secondary level, the use of some of those social media platforms are embedded as part of the curriculum, and being able to balance what is educationally relevant versus inappropriate is going to be what we need to balance as well.
Makes sense. And then I have one last thing, which is on the communication of no cell phones during instructional time, or from the first bell to the end bell. We really have to be proactive here. Parents themselves have gotten used to being able to get calls from their students between class periods, especially in high school and during lunch. They themselves are usually the ones advocating for access to their students during these time periods, because scheduling changes, whatever it is, who's picking you up is changing because something happened at school that they saw on Facebook that they want to ask their kid if it's actually or not. But I think that there will be, at least from my district, significant parent questions and skepticism on this, and I would like to make sure we communicate very clearly that this is a Tallahassee ruling as well.
There will be an opportunity for the board to have discussion about that. As I mentioned, the Discipline Task Force felt very strongly that some of the issues that we are seeing, some of the increase in fights, disrespect, bullying, is related to usage of cell phones. And while I do agree that parents should have the ability to reach out to their child and vice versa, there are ways to do that without a child just using their cell phone. And in schools that have implemented this, they have found success in how they rolled it out, communication to the parents, But key to that was making sure that when a parent needed to reach out to their child and vice versa, the appropriate avenues were followed. And so that will be up to the board to review that as a recommendation. And then we'll follow through with what the will of the board is.
Before we move forward, we have 45 minutes before our pre-agenda meeting. And we have a closed session after that. Pardon me? And we haven't eaten. I don't know about anybody else, but I need to get something to eat before we go into that meeting. I think a few of us do. And I am concerned. I'm pretty sure your part isn't going to take long. I can't say the same for our part. How long is your part going to take?
I mean, I can move through the bills quickly.
So the only concern I have is if the board is going to want to discuss it, it would be better for us to discuss it after we've heard it, rather than come back and discuss it at another day. Dr. Vasquez, you,
So
please.
I have a recommendation.
Oh, I'd love to hear it.
So because we have limited amount of time, and because Jason is now here, not in Tallahassee, I might recommend that the board review the following slides and on their own, and then we can set up individual meetings with Jason to discuss any questions that you may have related to the new legislations that came down.
I think that a great recommendation. Member Gould, you have a comment?
So I love that conceptually, but there's here's the issue. I don't think that we should continue today, but we do have an extra board meeting this month, and maybe we could come in, or in July. One of these times we have an extra board meeting than we normally have. Could we add it on an hour ahead of that? Because I think people don't always research these themselves, and this legislation, a lot of it that we're still going to discuss, even if we don't have a lot of comment, make great changes on how the school system is going to be governed in the future. So I would not want to take the presentation of this legislation away from the public eye.
Dr. Vasquez?
So it needs to be before August because many of these are going into effect July 1. So let us go back to what we currently have already planned. The first July board meeting has some issues with attendance and who will be here, and it was a very light agenda, and so at this point we're leaning towards not having the first board meeting in July, and then having. You just recommended that we tag this off. I love it. Yes, so that it may be that we have a couple of work sessions and meetings that we already have in place, and so I'm thinking an hour is going to be sufficient. So let us go back to it, and then we'll make the needed adjustments on our calendars to incorporate the additional hour.
Follow-up, Chair.
Go ahead.
I appreciate that. Some of the things later on in Jason's slides are not as time intensive, and glancing through it, most of them that are, we don't really have any say on whether they're going to get implemented or not. So yes, it's important that we hear it, and if there is some things that are going to be in policy, we get to be able to think about it ahead of time, but we can review that. But the presentation, I'm not sure is time certain on the balance of these issues. It's more that they get to hear it and understand the implications after school starts and in the next few years with some of the changes.
We do have August 1st, I believe, is the date where we're going to have our budget hearing, so we may be able to tack it onto that as well. All right, we'll look at the calendars.
Okay, based on that, we're going to adjourn. All right, let's all go grab something to eat for tonight.